Alright, so one thing you're going to notice very, very quickly if you're not particularly that well accustomed to Christian Western channel is that Chris is what they call somebody who gets very, very angry very, very quickly. And unfortunately, when Chris does get angry, Chris does not exactly make the best decisions. Granted, we know Chris doesn't make the best decision when he's otherwise mild-mannered, but let's pretend I did not know that, and we can get started, shall we? I'm not a man who likes to keep rage constantly in my heart. Well, you may say Chris lying through his teeth, but technically he doesn't keep rage in his heart because he unleashes it all on the world no matter what. So technically he's not lying, I suppose, if you don't think about it. To call Chris an angry person would be an understatement. Chris has anger management issues that usually surface when he is under stress. Trolls refer to Chris's fits of rage as the T-word rage. I'm not saying that. I mean, if this was 2009, I probably wouldn't even say it, but there we are. An expression normally used to describe the seemingly superhuman strength, that's really pushing it when it comes to Chris, a normally mild-tempered, slow in the mind displays when he or she is pushed too far and goes on an anger-fueled rampage. Although in Chris's case, superhuman and strength can easily be replaced with impotent and bawling. Causes of Chris's anger. Not owning a toothbrush, probably. Chris's issues with anger may stem from being tormented in his early childhood by his abusive babysitter, whom he was frequently left under the care while Bob would go out clubbing and taking shots. She allegedly traumatized Chris by locking him alone in a room full of toys when he was a year old. Ironically, Chris did the same thing to himself up until the date of his arrest at almost age 40. Another person who may be behind Chris's anger issues could have been his late father, Bob. Being Bob's son, Chris would likely have been afraid to retaliate to the things Bob did that annoyed him, such as very rarely washing his hands. Ill. Making Chris remove videos from the damn internet and occasionally cutting down Chris's access to the web. Chris then takes out his anger on innocent, well-meaning trolls such as Clyde Cash. Another cause of Chris's anger is the fact that up until 30 years of age, Chris was still a virgin. Being a virgin seemed to make Chris feel like he was entitled to be allowed frequent moments of rage, and seeing as he only mass debated twice a week, due to his bent duck, he may have had large amounts of testosterone stored up in his body that he just needed to get out. Sexual frustration can make even the best of us a bit cranky, though never to this extreme. Though I've heard that apparently if you mass debate at least 5 times a day, you actually come out with a very pleasant personality. I read that somewhere. After supposedly losing his virginity to Mia Hamm, Chris did not hesitate in ending his 2-year hiatus from Twitter just to wish death upon Michael Snyder. Furthermore, Chris is autistic, and therefore lacks an understanding of the social restraints of anger. When he gets angry, he sees no reason why he shouldn't go positively nuts. He doesn't go from a low myth to absolutely bonkers in a second. Depends. This and the amount of bottled up stress that autism produces have shown that autistic children can be very short-tempered. Chris, however, is not an autistic child. He is an autistic adult. I still sometimes struggle to work out whether or not Chris can be classified as an adult, but considering that Chris has been tried as an adult, I suppose that's good enough for us. And while most other autistics learn how to cope with stress in ways that other than tantrums, by the time they're in their 30s, Chris hasn't. Somewhat ironically, Chris's autism seems to cause him a large amount of anger, since the rest of the world will not acknowledge the brilliance of solitude, which is apparently directly brought about by Chris's autism. But the one thing that causes Chris's anger more than anything is the lack of control he has over everything. Now, to be fair to Chris, I'd say this is the sort of thing that does get quite a lot on people's nerves. Imagine not being able to control your own destiny. Imagine not being able to actually get where you want to go in life just because it's what you want, but just because other people tell you that you can't. Yeah, there are plenty that it's not unknown, but Chris hasn't quite worked it out yet. His own ego refuses to allow Chris to think of anything but himself, and when things spiral out of control, he gets frustrated. When Bob demanded that Chris take down the videos of their house, Chris could only flail and tell him that he didn't know what to do, only to tell his fans to take it down for him. When someone pretends to be him and be more popular than him, he rages because he feels that it's his popularity, not the fakers. When people poke fun at him or constantly question one's gender, he goes into a hissy fit. Chris's anger issues date back to before even the formal beginning of his love quest. In the year 2000, he was prescribed the antidepressant Paxil to help manage his frustration and anger, and he continued to take the drug for several years. Whatever effect his medication had, it clearly wasn't enough. Examples of Chris's anger. Trying to force a smile, it would seem. The way Chris expresses his anger can be considered confusing, to say the least. In one of his early fits of rage, he began to shout Kamehameha at several jerk-offs who were trying to kick him out of a local Walmart. In general, Chris expresses anger like an internet tough guy would do, taking out his anger on a video camera, knowing that it obviously can't and won't fight back. This can be seen in one of his videos on Clyde Cash, where he seems to be hulking up, brother. He also used to beat up representations of people he disliked in Soul Calibur. On the other hand, even as he is seemingly scared of expressing his anger in real life, he seems to have outbursts when sufficiently pushed as well. Chris was at one point forced to take anger management classes sometime after his final confrontation with Mary Lee Walsh. What happened during this epic struggle is only known in Chris's own words. Then that B-dog ripped up all my notes and all, dragged me to her quarters and talked down to me very rudely and hoarsely. I reacted with my own attack that she had been asking for the whole time. I was kicked out of clearly that didn't work because I was kicked out of PVCC for a year and I had to take an anger management course and see a psychiatrist for a while. I was allowed back in. So clearly, as far as Chris was concerned, is that he decided not to see whatever the error of his ways was, and, well, there you are. I'm sure Mary Lee Walsh didn't have to resort to that, but unfortunately it seemed as if there was no other choice. A great example of Chris's anger can be seen in one of Chris's most infamous videos, his YouTube finale. In this video, Chris repeatedly threatens poor Clyde, claiming he will indeed strangle him someday, even going as far as telling Clyde he will even commit this heinous and reprehensible act in a police station, showing Chris has no control over his angry feelings. The fact Clyde was only trolling Chris in an attempt to lash out at him for his role in the fictional death of his late brother Ryan Cash shows even further how much Chris may still require a couple of anger management classes. His cameras would also benefit from some relief, as he often punches them to dramatically end his more rage-infused videos. On several occasions, Chris has also shouted and screamed in videos, and concluded his argument with some sort of a heinous act or threat, and probably followed this up with his trademark conclusion of saying peace, and showing the peace sign, or with have a nice day, or something similar. Chris is apparently completely oblivious to how jarring it is to go from yelling, "Get everything off the internet now, 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 now," to curse the trolls, peace to everyone else immediately afterwards. I agree. I will be continuing my comics at the moment, but any further incident, and not only will I stop the comic, but I will go to the police, alright? Back the F off. Have a good day. Yeah, this is also the one where Chris said he was going to strangle Clyde Cash. Occasionally, when enraged, his tendency to type important words in all caps becomes more prominent. Compare these two emails from Miyamoto Saga from the Miyamoto saga, I should say. The first sounds fairly calm, though he does let loose one all-caps phrase. The second sounds angrier and possibly a bit desperate. 1. Also, please inform Mr. Miyamoto, but I have just awoken inspired Sonichu eyes. I have figured out that the opening title movie for Sonichu's Adventure, the prequel comic for the possible Pokemon Lightning version, and the monetary type collectibles in Sonichu's Adventures. Not rings, but C quarters, the main money, and W quarters equals 10 C quarters. Chris trying to explain something that nobody cares and is even more jarring than when Chris tries to make it make sense. 2. Listen, people of Nintendo. During my lifetime, my family and I have invested thousands of American dollars and cents in Nintendo video games and systems, from NES and the Game Boy to GameCube, Wii, and the DS to GBA. I have also attached my list of video games I have in my collection, 90% of which were all bought brand new, while available in the stores during its mint availability. Surely you can spot back about just under $800 for our trip to Seattle in advance. Chris on his knees begging for money so he can fly to Redmond, citing his extensive collection of Nintendo games as the reason why Miyamoto should fork out $700. Other examples of Chris's anger show him taking out his rage on his clown doll. In the Take That Page Down Now video, a picture of Clyde Cash was taped to the doll, and Chris beat it like a spoiled 3-year-old who smashes a plate of broccoli because he didn't get his way. He also attempted to rip off its head at one point, only to have it slide out through his greasy palms. Chris would attempt to bite the doll's head off again in the Sign Destruction video, but fans of the doll, well, I suppose for what they're worth, we can watch it, I suppose. I may as well give you guys a little bit of a break.
Apparently my heat of warning towards Vivian has gone unheard, or otherwise she did not realize the fury of my wrath. And she has done a terrible deed. So, let's begin with a visual aid. Stop me if you have not seen this before. Now watch what I do to this, as I will do to Vivian G if she does not take down every last one of her videos and closes her YouTube account. This is for Clyde Cash too, every last one of his family members, including his guardian.
Now, some might probably argue in all of this that seemed, even for Chris's pathetically low standards, that seemed just a little bit overdramatic. But as far as Chris was concerned, he was engaging in a very real threat. To who, I have absolutely no idea, but it was worth it in his... I don't know what it was trying to prove, which has always been a crucial thing when it comes to Chris, is that what exactly is he trying to prove by destroying a sign and chewing up a clown doll? But fans of the doll would be relieved to know that Chris is far too weak to break anything of value, apart from his self-respect. And yeah, he was merely only able to tear off the clown's hat. In his video, Chris Loses It, Chris proved to us that he's able to shred in half a small cardboard box, but is unable to go through light pressed wood. The video also shows his poor acting skills. To be honest, I think we could watch this as well. I have a sneaking suspicion that's probably what we're going to be doing for the next couple of minutes. But yeah, this is Chris, well, what they call going berserk. Listen to it as well. funny. He's doing either. I don't know either.
Yes, hello. Is this, Walter Frisbee? Walter Frisbee? Wait, you know what?
Now, what some of you may be curious to know, ladies and gentlemen, is that as a result of him throwing a phone into his PSI, is that he greatly damaged it. So the audio kept clipping in and out, so... Fantastic, Chris. I think that's what they call cause and effect. Anyway, the video also shows his poor acting skills, and he's out of breath before the end of the first minute of the video. A rare example where Chris's anger manifested into physical violence of us would be in the infamous Blahs incident, with him waging war about Sonic's arms color. This entire thing really needs, like... I need to do this properly, because we're coming up to... I know I'm recording this now, but literally it's been nearly 10 whole years since this incident where, even though it says Stardate, we know that apparently this took place on the... well, that's the scanner anyway, but... oh, here it is. I thought this took place on Boxing Day. Am I wrong?
Don't call anybody.
Oh, what are you two saying?
And that was the bar too.
Anyway, context, ladies and gentlemen, is that this was because Sonic the Hedgehog's arms were now blue for the video game Sonic Boom. Chris apparently got very upset for whatever reason. I still don't know what his reason is, and I still don't really know if well, it certainly doesn't make any sense. But basically, this angered Chris at 32 years of age so much that he decided to mace a GameStop employee and narrowly avoided jail time because of a cartoon character's arms. If that's your first time hearing about it, I promise you nothing I said was hyperbole. That is pretty much the gist of what happened. Another example has shown that Chris can and will blow up at people even on the telephone. When Chris mistakenly believed that Jason Kendrick Howell had hacked his website, he left an angry voicemail. In the father call, Chris quickly became rude to Casey's father, Matthew, especially when the man came down on Chris for his health and his attitude. Even worse, when Chris talked to Casey and Liquid, he came up in arms over Liquid's continued referral of Ian Brandon Anderson, and was completely oblivious over the fact that Casey was getting upset over the entire thing. Even worse, Chris attempted to hang up on both Matthew and Casey, only succeeding with Casey because he got his mom and dad in the conversation. Both instances show that Chris loses his stammering and actually starts speaking normally when enraged. Or around the time when Chris opened the mailbag to his adoring fans, another factor that causes Chris some notable grief was discovered to be the mention of any similarity between high-functioning autism and Asperger's syndrome. Chris has shown himself to be quite adamant that HFA and Asperger's are entirely unrelated, despite documentation by researchers suggesting quite the opposite. Whilst the anger related to this is of a far lesser magnitude in comparison to, for example, the Liquid Chris saga, it's still clear he's easily irritated by the mere mention of the matter. If anything, the Asperger people are and have been normal. They think that no one or even match autism with their lack of social capability and their clumsiness and such. Those characteristics can be faked by them who are most normal compared to us true autistic people. Ladies and gentlemen, can I just say for the record right now, if you're out there and you have Asperger's syndrome and you feel entirely, offended by this in any which way, just remember, you've got far more going on in your life, far more worth to look forward to than Chris had or ever will aspire to have. So don't think any less of yourselves just because Chris is just an asshole. It's surprising at first how irritated Chris is by the matter. However, the Wikipedia article makes it clear that Chris is angry at Asperger sufferers for stealing the limelight from autistic folks such as himself. He seems to believe that those diagnosed with the condition are faking it to get attention that he feels he deserves as an autistic person. Yeah, specifically him. Don't even think Chris is trying to be genuine when he says us true autistic people. We know he just means himself. That's another thing as well when anger comes about, is that it shows Chris's intentions that he is entirely selfish. Decline of raging. In recent years, Chris's behaviour has generally started to get much less aggressive. Sort of. Possible reasons for this include medication, effects of therapy, becoming more relaxed in his older age, or an increasing, but not perfect, resistance to trolls and weens brought on by years of wear. Some of Chris's medication is credited for anxiety relief by him, including Paxil/paroxetine, an unspecified blood pressure prescription, and Valium. He attended therapy after the pepper spray incident and apparently learned new methods of coping. An example of this can be seen in the revised Sonaju issue 10, which includes a text that appears to be inspired by a therapy session. For examples of trolling which didn't elicit rage, Chris did not go into a fit when the Jeff/Francine troll tried to steal his identity, making videos on it but refraining from screaming like he did during the Liquid saga, which is probably something that Jeff and Francine were hoping would happen. Michael Hurtie's attempts to troll him were almost always met by Chris simply blocking his multiple accounts, until Chris gave up and just disabled notifications with this kid and let him go on. Similarly, in response to PewDiePie's video dedicated entirely to Chris, instead of complaining about him making that video, which is completely devoted to criticizing him, Chris instead simply requested for him to direct message him. On the other hand, examples of when Chris recently raged, including threatening Lulu's executives with violence, Trump's presidency, becoming angry at Weens when they hassled no whacking about him, getting angry about Weens harassing Doopy to get into her pants, having a meltdown when he thought trolls ruined his relationship with Jessica Quinn, and raging at Weens who got him blocked by several people in the My Little Pony fandom, which he follows. This shows that some things still trigger Chris more than others. I think the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, and I suppose I could just play this here, well, just for something to play in the background, and I suppose that this here is probably a good place to start, I suppose. Well, actually, run about here, where Chris just kicks a Transformers doll and just sort of goes about his business as you do. Now, one thing I'm gonna say just before we leave for today, ladies and gentlemen, is that I don't know why Chris bothers to put this much weight into things that just straight up don't matter, and Chris should know better than to get it away from. But to be honest, the reason why Chris is like this is actually, it's pretty obvious, because it's what I alluded to earlier, is that I'm not entirely convinced about the idea of Chris technically being called an adult. Yes, Chris may be able to drive, Chris may be able to vote, he may be able to buy alcohol, he may be able to do all sorts of things, but that's the only real thing that's really stopping him is the idea is age and presumably a substantial lack of funds, which I always wanted to argue the case, ladies and gentlemen, is that despite all of this, you could tell that cognitive dissonance is unfortunately Chris kind of missed the boat a little bit, and, well, Chris never really got that sort of treatment or therapy in which he could at least learn to not only control his anger, but make him come to terms with the fact that the world doesn't revolve around him. I know sometimes it's probably even harder for adults to get around, but that's why you teach your kids at a very young age this crucial fact about life, because if you don't, well, when are they going to learn it? By the time they reach adulthood, it's far too late. By the time they have finished school and they are going out into the world, then what skills about life have they yet to come across that they don't even know how to respond or even know how to adapt and condition themselves to if they're going to fit the mold? I know it's harder than it sounds, ladies and gentlemen, and part of me feels as if like maybe sometimes I feel like maybe we shouldn't be that harsh, but I also feel like at times that if Chris is still parading around the idea that he's bored, like basically a very child and like a childlike and very flimsy sort of creature that sometimes you have to like handle them with kid gloves. But then again, I'm neither a police officer, neither am I somebody within a position to make Chris see the light of authority, but there you are. If I'm only mentioning this, ladies and gentlemen, because from what I've seen and from the way Chris behaves, you would have thought that again. Now, for reference, ladies and gentlemen, I'll mention this when I'm doing the autism documentaries, that a couple of weeks ago I watched a documentary called Children of Darkness. And for what that's worth, and if you know anything about what Children of Darkness is, then I wonder if it was on the minds of Bob and Bob to such an extent that they thought the only way to make sure Chris doesn't get taken away is that he is in their care and he is homeschooled that way. And if you know, you know. So with all that being said and done, keep calm and carry on, my friends. Until next time. And let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. The Sole Bane, perhaps the biggest hindrance to Chris's entire character. It goes far beyond laziness. It goes so far beyond narcissism, because it is something that Chris can simply not see past. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Chris and his ego, his hubris, his swift and terrible sword, the very thing that has been the downfall for many, many great people. But many great people in their time have flown too close to the sun. Chris merely looked at it and then retreated back to his pit and considered himself better because he did not succumb to crashing back down to earth. As it turns out, you don't need to fly up to altitude to have a crash. And what is the crash, guys? Well, firstly, you wish you were me. Now, I would say that just about sums it up. I could have literally ended this video right now and say, there you are, guys. I mean, what else do you need? Because let's think about this. Chris said that when he was, he was still 27 when he said this. This is when Chris went through pretty much an entire year theoretically going to hell and back. Blue Sky, Ivy, Liquid Chris. All of these things, well, among many others, happened in 2009. And considering that Chris did not come out of it looking particularly very clever, but Chris persisted and continued anyway. And yet, despite all of this, are you really trying? I think people would have gone on so much better with their lives if they were not on the receiving end of the sort of trolling that Chris had been under. And yet, what you're about to see throughout all of this is that kind of what I made in previous videos where I talked about Chris and remorse and negligence and stuff like that. Chris, and you're prepared to hear this a couple of times in this video, Chris didn't exactly do much to redeem himself, because in some strange roundabout way, Chris probably thought and continues to feel to this day that he didn't do anything wrong whatsoever, and he was always the victim. Sometimes it can be difficult, don't get me wrong, to actually turn the finger inwards and say, yes, it was my fault. But Chris doesn't even do that, because as I've mentioned before, Chris is a very reactionary sort of person. He is someone who acts almost on impulse, aka somebody who thinks with their who acts and thinks with their heart as opposed to their brain. They don't ever stop to pause and think about what they are doing. They will just do what they feel is the right thing to do, as opposed to doing what is the right thing to do. And in case you're thinking, Chris is because I know there's probably going to be some people out there saying that Chris actually has the cognitive dissonance to understand when to start and stop and stuff like that. However, you don't need to be in your late 20s to come to that conclusion. You don't even really need to be in your early. People learn this sort of thing before they even get to the age of 10. Although that could also be brought about by Chris's education, and rather the fact that Chris was not put into specific schools because of his parents. Now, because we'll be getting into that very shortly about how much of this is his parents' fault, or I hesitate to say the word fault, and I'd rather say how much of this is his parents' responsibility, because, regardless, you have to do what is the right thing to do as well, and that means probably it's not something that they were. I couldn't imagine Bob or Bob. They were just they sat and the head of Nathaniel Green Elementary saying, right, Chris is probably going to need a lot more support and probably a lot more resources than we can have here. You've got 10 seconds to say yes or no. They would not have pressured Chris's parents like that. But with that being said, let's get to it. With the very next quote, well, pride is not a sin, for one needs some self-esteem and confidence to motivate themselves and inspire others with soul and heart. Well, you see, it's not that Chris it's not that Chris is wrong for saying this. The problem with this, however, is the fact that, Chris has always had this annoying habit of speaking as a holier-than-thou figure. And some would say, fair enough, what who says we don't get a little bit preachy here and there, but you would be off expecting Chris to actually put his words into action. And, more often than not, Chris doesn't. Sometimes it is better literally just not to say anything, for better and for worse. This is, by the way, I should point out this is from CPU Blueheart. It's Chris, so that's why I'm saying Chris and not Blueheart. Distinguishing pride from arrogance, ignoring that pride can both have a positive and negative connotation. Egotism is the most important and self-destructive of Chris's flaws. It is this egotism that one day may lead to someone playing Kick the Autistic in real life. And as we see this sort of artistic rendition, including how did Chris, the way Chris manages to shit himself, of course this is just something that's just there. I mean, why wouldn't it be at this point? But let's get to it. Also, you have this, Chris stroking his own ego by having two of Ben Saint's characters admire him. And by the way, you'll notice too, Chris's Ben Saint's characters praising and admiring Chris, and Chris not actually saying anything nice to them back. Or at least in this panel. Maybe he did it in a different panel, but it's the fact that they do it first, and, Chris doesn't do it first. Meanwhile, the origins. When you don't have people in your life pushing you, can you push yourself? Tori Amos. Raspberry Swirl, I'm not entirely sure what that is. Why is Chris such an egotist? In his sheltered childhood, his enabling parents taught him to shift blame for all of his troubles to other people. A sense of entitlement, again homegrown, skewed his perception of the proportionality between his problems and those of other people. Chris doesn't completely lack empathy. Sometimes. He isn't a psychopath. Debatable. But the internal scale by which he weighs the importance of himself against that of others tilts far in his favour. The problem was compounded by his autism, making it difficult for him to understand social cues and relate normally to his peers. Quite simply, he grew up in a different world. And when we say different world, we're not talking different world as in the 1980s. We're talking different world as in the sort of world that even at a young age you should have been like sort of invested a lot more, or at least in a certain way, with the world around you. Now, when I say certain way and stuff like that, well, it could be anything between spending a lot of your free time reading, or going out and playing with your friends and stuff like that. Whether Chris did anything beyond playing video games and not interacting with the outside world, whether you are in school or out of school, it's something like that is going to catch up to you when you realize that it's not going to pay your bills unless you want to make it work in your favor, which Chris sort of is doing, but it's probably nowhere near sustainable enough. Oh, and by the way, yes, this comic panel of, Chris saying, never mess with a truly frustrated virgin when he is on a quest for a girlfriend to share true love and trust with. So, apparently, it's more than perfectly okay for Chris to do, things like loiter and hold attraction signs and nearly trip people up with a red string of fate, because because Chris's needs are apparently more important than others. That's the logic Chris decides to go with. And, to be honest, the way Chris draws himself at the dish is the only thing this spoon-looking ass is ever going to get. But that explains why Chris was an egotist, struggled with egotism, or has tendencies towards egotism. While Chris's childhood was less than ideal, it shouldn't have been quite so crippling. Time and experience have helped, should have tempered his ego, and his half-brother supposedly suffered far worse and still managed to make something of himself. His parental half-siblings managed to acquire doctorate degrees, becoming an eye doctor and a math expert respectively. They were able to develop and learn from the past. And yes, guys, listen, it's a really important thing to stress this, and to, not stress, emphasize, is that there are plenty of people who make something of their lives who come from, maybe less than ideal backgrounds or home life. Disasters, neglective or abusive parenting. Some people just take it upon themselves to realize exactly who they are and what they want out of it. Some people are not, it's not necessarily that they're not as driven as other people, it's just they know what they want, and they know sort of that they can do it without being overtly aggressive in their approach. And it's such a confusing little thing to start rambling on about, because the problem we have, and when it comes to Chris compared to his half siblings, is that, they were considerably older than Chris anyway. And even though age really doesn't have much else to do with this, but you gotta wonder what Bob and Bob's, how they thought they could go about raising yet another child, because by that point they were quite elderly. And, Chris turned out to be quite different, probably more than Bob and Bob could initially anticipate or even care to admit that it was quite hard to handle. Meanwhile, we just have to accept the fact that, guess what, is that whatever Chris ever really wanted out of life when he was younger, it was ultimately down to him to work towards it and to take care of himself when things go wrong, because Chris should be able to be responsible for himself. And I think when it comes to people who cannot be responsible for themselves, I think that's sort of I think someone or somewhere needs to like step in and say, well, if that's true, then we're gonna have to put in some very serious like practices, or we're gonna have time, because it suggests like again an issue about like precognition, about whether a person may lack the ability to think before they act, or there was the like again requiring things that what we would call like extra attention. There are and so is Chris's egotism not being in check his parents' fault? Is it like the government's fault? Is it the state of Virginia's fault? Is it our fault for some people enable or call Chris out on all of this? What exactly? How do we make this better for ourselves? It's not, because like I said again, whether you want to think there's anything to be, if there is right to be done for Chris, then unfortunately the issue you're going to find yourself when you try and see if you can try getting contact with Chris to see if you can get his life sorted out, is that you also have to bear in mind all of the other things that Chris did because he thought he was better than everyone else, including abusing his own mother. Some people can ironically see past that, like Prater, but then again, Prater's motives were not necessarily great, because he did it for money, basically. That's why. But I think it's one of those things why No at long last decided to step away, because No tried as hard as he could to tell Chris that don't do this, and Chris still denied his good advice anyway. Anyway, moving on. Chris's development isn't just delayed, it is arrested. His egocentrism has persisted well into his 40s, when most children usually grow up out of it at around the age of 7. Autism isn't to blame entirely. While autistic people's idiosyncrasies can make them appear self-centered on the surface, only a few are self-absorbed. Most still have interest in others, and many get help to develop coping strategies and social skills. Not Chris, though. Chris is still an egotist because he lives in a social time capsule that has allowed him to carry on for over a decade without a single life lesson. And he still lives in that time capsule because it is easy, it is comfortable, and people let him. Not even the powers that be, like when it comes down to Chris, because again, they'll get into a discussion about if Chris actually had a job or even applied for one more than 16 years later, that would be a little bit different. Unfortunately for Chris, he simply doesn't want one, because that would require breaking out of his habit. You see, Chris has a very comfortable niche. He's made a very, very comfortable bed to lie in, and whether or not we like it or not, it's still in some ways very, very profitable for Chris. The only issue again, and this is something that Chris has never really caught the grasp of, is that outside of the fact that Chris wastes a lot of his money on absolute useless junk, or when he doesn't just, give it away because people demand him for the destruction of Quickville, Chris and many people on welfare, it's not as if like they've deliberately chosen to be, unemployed and to live off the state or anything like that, or live off, taxpayers' money or anything like that. It's merely they've made the mistake of choosing a profession in which it is impossible to become rich or successful. Because when was the last time you ever heard of anybody on the dole or on the old rock and roll boast about success or something that they've done that is going to propel them to national stardom, when it is not about their economic status? The enablers. Drunk or not, they had me. At an old age where my mother was close to menopause and my father was a senior citizen, I was truly a miracle. Or you were lucky from the... this is ironically the only time in Chris's entire existence where he did apparently beat 19,000 other competitors in a race. you might be saying, which it is quite astounding when you think about it, but maybe for not the right or wrong reasons, you tell me. Anyway, speaking of education, it can also be said that the school system was yet another enabler in Chris's formative years. This was especially true at Manchester High. Chris's parents and the principal helped arrange the gal pals. This has resulted in Chris developing a rather warped view on women and friends. They let Chris believe they were legitimate friends, but in reality, they only stayed close with him out of pity and or to protect him. Chris received passing grades on schoolwork he didn't do correctly, yet still eventually graduated on honour roll, or so he says, presumably out of excessive pity on the teacher's part. Were that indeed the case, it might have encouraged Chris to put in less than half-baked effort into things and yet act like the end result is something spectacular. Well, here's the thing: if that really did happen, then if you're going to say that this Manchester High was more than keen to let Chris just not slip through the cracks, but literally glide through high school with there would have been there would have been a scandal about stuff like that, because, well, what happens when Bob isn't there, or when his gal pals are not there? Tell me what happens then. The information superhighway. A member of the Oregon Trail generation, Chris has made many significant memories before 1991, when the World Wide Web was made internet access feasible for the masses. However, he would use the internet regularly by the time he left high school. Born in 1982, he came of age in the year 2000, placing his childhood in a different millennium from his adulthood. Quite literally. Windows XP came out soon after, and with it came a multitude of prosumer creative programs, giving Chris something to do after kissing his gal pals goodbye. Not literally, but, With these new programs, Chris could record and share his own music, publish his comics online, and even create his own DVD. These services were previously reserved for professionals who had access to expensive studio equipment, but they were now in the hands of the masses. Later in the decade, Chris became involved with YouTube and Facebook, providing even more venues for self-publication. He no longer needed to wait for the news media to notice him. He could be the media. And you know what, it's something that goes through probably the minds of hundreds of people even at that very moment. I mean, take a look at what's happened even in recent years, and don't worry guys, that I do plan on getting to making a elongated video about Jack Dorothy, because that guy is the bona fide example of basically someone who did fly not just too close to the sun, but he literally crash landed onto it and then was sent back down to Earth. As opposed to Johnny Somali, who flew too close to the sun and literally did a somersault into the very heart. Probably never to be seen on Earth again. Metaphor, by the way. But anyway, let's keep rolling. Chris joined YouTube much earlier than many would respected web celebs, during a time when most people saw it as a silly cat video website. It still is. And not a viable career that people would genuinely desire having. Unless, of course, your career is posting cat videos, but then again, cats are great anyway, and, actually, you know what? Well, before we go any further, I've got an idea. What's that one cat video? Piano. Did they silence the sound? And by the way, look at that, guys. Uploaded 7th of June 2007. I was 9 years old. And they couldn't get the sound to work. Who took off the sound for that, by the way? Where's the fair use, eh? That's another thing that's changed on the website in years, guys, is that copyright went literally out of control. Anyway, sorry, let's get back on track, shall we? But remember this. This was Chris's closest brush with fame since the local news. Blind luck and the cherry-picking fallacy. Meet Solitude, student featured in Nintendo Power. You know, it's kind of ironic, actually. The more I think about it, we've come this far into the article about Chris and his egotism, and we didn't even start off with one of perhaps the earliest example of Chris's winning the Watch and Win sweepstakes. Now, with that being said, Chris was probably just considered lucky, but, well, it's the sort. Then again, it developed the fantasy idea that as long as you participate in it, then you have about as much chances of winning as anyone else. Goodness knows how many other things Chris applied for during his time. Anyways, a contest or two here, a 9-second local TV blip there. The results are that outside events most people never experience have stroked Chris's already monstrous ego. Local boy levels up. Consider that Chris has produced a huge volume of fan mail, letters to the editor, internet commentary, and other drivel, partially because he doesn't have much else to do. Each letter to Nintendo is a message in a bottle, most of them never to return. But the one that does, on an official letterhead and addressed to Mr. C.W. Chandler, is confirmation of his celebrity status. And not just somebody in legal saying, well, we'll have to address this one way or another, because if there is people going out there claiming to be us, then we have to put a hard stop on this. Anyway, so here it is. Yeah, it says here that it goes on to say that Nintendo of America has some of the most devoted, enthusiastic fans of any game developer. Each week, they receive hundreds of thousands of suggestions about their games and systems. While they would love to use ideas from fans to develop actual products, due to the volume of the requests they receive and the resources it would take to process them, they do not accept unsolicited game or product ideas. But they are committed to being at the leading edge of game and hardware development, though, and they can be sure that they are constantly at work developing new and exciting products and game ideas. Now, here's the interesting part, where they quote about how I can actually go further about them changing their minds and actually accepting the idea and helping me. I would love to know where that happened, Chris, because it's not they didn't say that. Making it totally real with the video games and the TV animations and the action figures, and officially released my personal approved medals. They say that the best way to let other fans know about my idea or to generate hype about the future game I'd like to see is to post ideas to the forums on their sites. Mind you, Chris making a video about it, and ironically, it's one of those things where, surprisingly, it would have drawn a lot more attention because, well, that's sort of how it is. Because even by this point, Chris was already quite, not necessarily as well known, but he was sort of like a niche amongst curious internet forums who decided to take up Mims and Lucas's offer to see, well, take a look at what this guy is saying on this little board he did. The concept of form letters does not seem to occur to Chris, who seems to think the letter was written specifically for him, as if Chris didn't think his material was golden to begin with. He got a second nod from Nintendo Power for his epic Animal Crossing documentary, and a page in the PVCC's form is just icing on the cake. Even before his E-fame, Chris had plenty of evidence to convince himself that he was creative, and not just a high-volume, whiny jerk that had pestered his way to acknowledgement. As he graduated from PVCC in 2006, his writing shows that Solitude was, in his mind, already tested. There was just some small threshold of notoriety or connections that needed to be breached to become a true media sensation. On top of that, Chris has a huge amount of free time to inject himself into situations like the McIntyre Park meetings, which allows him to cherry-pick more moments of recognition. A tongue-in-cheek acknowledgement by the local council seems cute to us, but it is serious business to him. And since Chris cherry-picks only the reinforcement that he wants, his legions of trolls just add to the fire. Delusion led him to believe that he had a legion of fans. For a time, a few hundred emails in his inbox confirmed it. Not seeming to realize that the subsequent, prank phone calls to his home address that Chris leaked may have suggested that this was probably having second thoughts. Then again, considering Chris didn't do much to suggest how to fix this, even though it was his fault, about says it all as well. Anyways, big fish, small pond. Chris is a small town girl living in a lonely world. Let's take a look at the cities of his life and whether or not he will take the midnight train. Ruckersville is such a tiny place that it only has one other notable resident, NASCAR driver Philip Morris, who is no Jeff Gordon or Danica Patrick. Again, proof be needed that this was obviously written by an American. Maybe someone from Virginia or something, I don't know. The neighbouring city of Charlottesville is mostly relevant for the UVA, the Monticello, and a handful of political rallies. It is a historic town, but it still has a very small town feel to it. It offers suburban conveniences like public parks and movie theatres and a multitude of strip malls, but it lacks the hallmarks of a big city. Sorry guys, tried to swallow and it just kind of like... Sorry about that. Chris's teenage environment, suburban Richmond, is much more robust. However, Chris has had a very sheltered adolescence and experienced little of what growing up in a large metropolitan area usually entails. Richmond also suffers from being far from any other major cities except for Washington, D.C. I would say that's a pretty big one right there, but what do I know? Like I said, I don't live in the United States. Chris rarely visits big cities that would quickly humble him. He lives in a very isolated world. His hometown has a smaller population than some high schools, and it isn't really known for up-and-coming artists. His main frame of reference was his classmates. Many of them took art as an elective, without any plans of becoming professionals. Additionally, him succeeding in spite of his autism might have only been relevant because the smaller school population made him one of the few autistic kids in class. Now, yes, that is probably true, and please bear in mind, guys, that even when Chris was in high school in 1996, or well, I'll say 1998, and I was born in 98, and that sets the precedent for just how long ago it was, because even a high school environment in 1998 from 27 years ago would have blown it out of proportion if it was in 98 or in 1908 for that matter. And, well, I suppose, even though it's not really one of those things I wanted to do, because the only way to really give some sort of perspective about what society, how it evolves and how it accustoms to things that weren't around before, you sort of have to compare it to when you were in school, which I'm not going to do, so moving on. Might have only been relevant because the smaller school population made him one of the few autistics in class. In reality, autism is a fairly common condition that's more often than not quite manageable. With the right help and support, and many autistic kids grew up to be successful autistic adults. Well, anyway, as I was saying before, remember, there was no such thing as an iPhone or an iPad back in 98, and I can only assume when they are saying, maybe the autistic kid, they weren't just considering, those who are very mild in their approach. They probably meant it as in the sort of person that you couldn't look at him and not say to yourself, that is absolutely the kid who has autism. Maybe they were dealing in superlatives far more in the late 90s than they did, well, when I was in school. Yeah, do you think that's probably true, guys? That it was because everybody knew each other more without having to like bend forward, as you do, and just look at their phones all day and stuff like that? Do you think that's how it was? I'm saying that as though that didn't happen when I was in school anyway, but people only did that if they felt they could get away with it at any turn and stuff like that. But it wasn't that big a thing anyway. Moving on. Despite not being conventionally popular, Chris peaked in high school. He bases most of his merit on his various HS accomplishments, and he talks about the time as if it were the time of his life. He considers himself bilingual because he took Spanish. He takes pride in the fact that his school displayed his work publicly, even though schools do that all the time. Chris's comic book incarnation bears a strong resemblance to his high school self. Comic Chris doesn't wear glasses, the real Chris didn't wear them until 98, and he's in good shape, much like HS Chris, likely because of gym class. Which is also true. It was probably one of the few times where, exercise was actually compulsory, and Chris had no other choice but to do it. Chris would often bring up his placement on the honor roll as proof of his intelligence, and his mental health would sharply decline after graduation. Now, with that being said, it's probably no surprise, and it's not exactly as if Chris is the first person to experience the stink of reality when you're not surrounded by your high school environment. I went through a very similar period, but the difference is that, well, it's been and gone, but that doesn't mean I can't I don't hold memories of my time there, and it's not exactly as if there are things it's both for the good and the bad. Except Chris would rather hold on to his onto the good rather than learn anything from when he went wrong. Unless, of course, you truly wanted to ask Chris, because Chris never really discloses, where he went wrong and stuff like that in high school. Maybe he did, but nothing that I can point to at this moment. Chris has taken his big fish mentality out of his small pond and transferred it to the large ocean of the internet, not knowing that it's filled with much larger sharks. One of Chris's sweethearts, Catherine, suggested that he ought to move to a place like San Francisco or Seattle or anywhere outside of suburban Virginia. She told him that these places are more LGBT friendly and have more job prospects, despite that they're probably a lot more expensive to live in. I mean, I would love the Emerald City. Actually sounds like it would suit Chris quite well, and besides, but it would, of course, be living quite close to DSP, for what that's worth. And that these West Coast cities have higher minimum wages and more robust benefit and rehabilitation programs for autistic folks. She had several major points, but Chris just told her, but there's no San Francisco in Virginia. Right. Completely missing all of them. Wanting to have his cake and eat it too. Chris chose to stay in his small town southeastern bubble because it's easier for him. Yet he would clearly benefit from living in a more developed, liberal-minded area. I would like to imagine there's probably a little bit more to it than that, but there has got to be more to it than just Chris not wanting to just not live in Ruckersville anymore. I honestly do think there's got to be more to it than that. Is it because, well, he has literally no money whatsoever to move to Seattle or to San Francisco, or does he have absolutely no? He can't abandon his mom or anything like that. Back when Chris actually probably did sort of respect his mom, but Because here's the thing, if Chris really was in it for, like, older women, he should have just moved to Florida instead. No, because... No, actually, no, that's definitely not Florida. Chris would probably have tried to befriend a saltwater crocodile and would have been eaten in 10 minutes. Chris chose to stay in a small town anyway. In the same conversation, Chris stated the real reason for not leaving is that he doesn't want to leave his mother behind. Chris even brought up that he doesn't want to move out of state after Bob dies. This may be more of a symptom of, well, Chris is old enough to make his own mind up. And by the time you reach the age of 43, if you didn't do it before, you're probably not going to do it afterwards. Unless Chris really was about to lose his mind for like the 4th time in 10 years. Or probably burn down another house. Chris did acknowledge the perks of moving out of his valley, but it's only logical for him to move out. What is a person obsessed with fame and art doing in a place known for neither? Why does a loud and proud bisexual trans woman want to live in a place where most residents are massively homophobic and or anti-trans? Why does the world's most documented autistic person want to live in an area that, by his own admission, doesn't understand autistic people? And why does someone who desperately wants a compatible partner limit himself to a tiny dating pool and then resort to long-distance troll dating, when there probably is someone for him in the Los Angeles area? And why, just why, does Chris want to treat his dwelling as a temple for all to flock to when it's so remote that Google Street View doesn't cover it? Because if Chris was to move to the Los Angeles area, again, it's very expensive to live in LA. And what avenues do you reckon Chris would have been able to gone to in LA? Monrovia, Laverne, Inglewood, South Central. Compton? Could you imagine Chris actually living in the LA projects? Now, don't get me wrong, guys. There are actually some there must be some really nice people who live in the projects. But I couldn't see Chris wanting to do it because I think even Chris knows that, well, with someone like Chris's reputation, he is going to be a target for somebody. Yeah, people in the projects, I don't think they could care less who you are. It depends and stuff like that. Because, again, a larger pool means there are a lot bigger fish and probably people who are less kind and stuff like that. Anyway, according to the Cwiki, because it's easy to be a big fish in a small pond, even after pissing off the other fish and getting banned from your favourite hangouts. That's possibly true as well, Chris is the big fish. And why would you want to move to a pond where there are even bigger fish? I mean, that might say more about how small, like a big fish in a really small pond. That's what Chris is in Ruckersville. Anyway, self-aggrandizing is fairly common in the family, and they can generally get away with it because of the small town mentality. Chris's family loves to bring up Bob's injection molding patent. He claims that he wouldn't even have a simple water bottle without it. In reality, plastic injection molding was invented before Bob was born. The Wikipedia article doesn't even mention Bob. All he designed was a control panel for one specific machine that has become obsolete for decades. If Bob didn't design it, someone else would have. But isn't that really true for all inventions, though? Even Cole Smithy, who managed to escape the Weston Chandler household as a young adult and go to have a fairly successful career, bills himself as the smartest film critic in the world. Which, even though that's quite a bold statement, well, you've got to go and build yourself up then. Actually, can I just, again, I want to go back to addressing what I said before about Chris moving out of Ruckersville for 1 second. Because this is something that Chris even brought up inadvertently in the revised ending to Solitude issue 11. why didn't Chris just... I don't know where they would... I think it's like in Maryland or somewhere like that, but why didn't Chris just pull the plug on the internet altogether and live amongst the Amish? Because I'm not going to lie to you guys, I wouldn't mind, actually. I think it would be a fascinating experience to live amongst the Amish for like a year, maybe 2 years. Because think about it like this: lack of technology, lack of like worrying about things or getting into arguments about people who you've never met and never will met, about things that don't affect you, happening thousands of miles away. And you can actually be in a small town and you can actually talk to... There is an incentive to actually get out because there is no other way of communicating with people. Limited technology, living in a different world, but living in a different period of time. That's actually a really interesting appeal to it, is that you're living in what I can assume was a simpler time, as an outdated expression as that is. But I think that would be... I think trying that out is nowhere near as bad as anyone would suspect. Because here's the thing: how do you know you will not enjoy something or you won't like something unless you actually try it? Because if Chris was wanting to do this for his own, safety and peace of mind, I think honestly Chris could absolutely do something like that. I mean, it's not exactly as if there must be plenty of jobs going outside of barn raising or working on a farm, something like that. It must occur to Chris because, oh God, I say that, but I feel like I'm just beginning to say how, to be honest, I think that would be a really cool idea to actually live amongst the Amish. If there happens to be any Amish people watching this right now, 2 thumbs up. You're in my good books. We get 2 thumbs up. Anyway, what was my point? Oh yeah, that's right. Is that, well, maybe it's the sort of thing that Chris, maybe it's the sort of like knock to the noggin where you realize maybe you don't really need the internet after all, and you can actually live in a community, as opposed to Chris deciding to become a monk or living as a hermit. Actually being in a community where everybody actually gets along with each other and there's no blockades from things like technology or very limited use of it. Everybody just kind of adopts to it, and it's probably better actually to have that level of space away from a world which goes on and will continue to go on, but they don't have the burden or anything like that. That, to be honest, maybe I should go about trying to do that. A Geordie amongst the Amish. That sounds actually really cool. Right, okay, so after spending the last couple of minutes, like, coughing my lungs out, we are going to continue. So, this is the Chris and Narcissism section of Chris and his ego. I decided I was going to actually split up these things because I think there is a definitive split between Chris and his ego and Chris and his narcissism, and you're going to find out because they do sort of follow very similar paths. But for what they're worth, I was mistaken, but not wrong. This is according to Chris. That is not how that works. It's unlikely that Chris actually suffers from narcissistic personality disorder, although it's likely that someone else in his family does. While extreme self-centeredness and egotism is often conflated with the term narcissism, NPD is also an existing mental condition categorized by more factors, such as, but not limited to, emotional manipulation or split personalities for different people. Given the fact that Chris himself is too stupid to actually emotionally manipulate anyone, though not without trying, let alone not get manipulated himself, Chris most likely isn't a narcissist in the real sense. However, it's possible that Barbara, who did employ plenty of abusive NPD-like traits such as S-word baiting might have influenced, and by the way, yes, absolutely, you heard that right, Bob was that paranoid about Chris actually flying the coop. She resorted to making threats, if you will, regarding her own, state of being, just to keep Chris in check. I'm not saying that for 1 second that Bob would ever actually do anything like that, but that's really friggin' low to manipulate someone into doing stuff like that. Anyway, Chris actually mentioned in a theoretical manner considering the S-word on his Facebook post several times. And yes, by the way, that is true, and well, personally, a lot of people have suggested the idea that, well, because nobody took it seriously, that means that either they didn't believe in Chris, or Chris was only saying it because he wanted some attention. A lot of this is also very dependent on context, bear in mind, because there's a lot of context-related things as to when Chris stoops to saying stuff like that. Even for something as inconsequential as Sonic the Hedgehog's arms being recolored blue. Another noticeable aspect is Chris's need to shove his own name, initials, and creations every chance he gets, especially other people's works, if it guarantees fame. With that being said, while a lot of factors like his relentless attention whoring or his lack of empathy coincide with symptoms of the disorder, factors of his ego were mostly results of his shitty upbringing and awful luck for winning contests, giving him a huge sense of self-importance. Not to mention his lack of empathy for others was also partly caused by his autism. If Chris does have NPD, he likely has a low-functioning variant of the disorder, and it may be harder to delineate his potential NPD symptoms from established ASD ones. Further reading is required to confirm the difference. Actually, let's I'm going to keep that to one side for the moment, because that might be something we can have a discussion about later on. Manifestations. Chris's egotism manifests itself in a variety of ways. Unwarranted self-importance. I have had way over 1 million fans worldwide since I went in online in before 2000. Where are these fuckers then, Chris? Where are they? And also this, very gracious. I'm sorry for using your name in vain, and when I construed PVCC citizens and made you look like a fool about me for 6 years, Mary Lee Walsh. And I'm sorry for letting Surreal Ryan let away with it for so long. I pray we can put this whole mess behind us, Mrs. Walsh. Yeah, bear in mind, Chris started all of this with Mary Lee Walsh, and Chris is only now Chris could have avoided all of this, and bear in mind with what happened afterwards. Well, we'll get to that. As overwhelming as Chris's unwarranted self-importance is, it's easy for the novice observer to get lost in the sea of Sonichu shit and assume he's just confident in his e-fame. Of course, you say, he's got 1 billion hits on YouTube and 1,000 emails in his mailbox. He's going to think he's hot shit, like every other laughed at not what dumbass on the internet. But nothing sums up Chris's deep and abiding USI like this missive to Mary Lee Walsh. Mary, I've slept on it, and I have realized that note hanging is not the way to get attention. And I don't really want to meet with you either, nor you nor Susan, no offense. I'll tell you what, let's forget the meeting, and if you allow my newsletter to stay in distribution, I will do all of the following. I will never hang notes on the wall again. I'll consider stopping my silent treatment on Susan, and I'll consider knocking you and Susan up. Yeah, of course, that's a very, very poorly worded there, Chris. Of my scale of respect, each by 2 points. 0 equals no respect, and 10 equals respect. Please reply via email. Christian C. To say that this didn't work should come to a surprise of absolutely nobody, and, well, it yeah, it didn't work. E-Fame just adds a whole new dimension. He was a misunderstood genius before, now he's a misunderstood genius with a personal army. I'm working on it. Let me do that stupid video so I can tell everybody in my command to get everything, help me get everything off of the internet. This is when Chris, you know, as again, they tried to get Greene County, like the police department, involved about the concerns about the hoarding situation. It's so bad that when Chris meets someone new who claims not to know who he is, he seems skeptical and surprised. Y'all should know me by now, but if you don't, I am Christian Western Chandler, the original creator of Sonichu, the Electric Hedgehog Pokemon, back on March 17th, 2000. And bear in mind, this was his second YouTube video. The instant gratification, instant acknowledgement, and instant attention, good or bad, that has come with his minor E-Fame of the last few years has thoroughly convinced Chris that people do read everything he writes, and that his YouTube messages invariably get to his target audience. I realize I am famous like a princess. Chris on Twitter in October 2017. Unfortunately, the fame Chris seems to revel in is that of Princess Diana. Notable resident in Ruckersville, Virginia, alongside a NASCAR racer, and about the 29,000th most popular individual in this world. So where is the Wikipedia article about me? That seems more like a demand than a question. And also, I doubt that, Chris. By that token, you'd be considering yourself more popular than some world leaders. He also describes himself as managing the Veracity team in high school, when actually he was a water boy. But if, even after all of this, you're still not convinced that Chris has unwarranted self-importance issues, consider this little tidbit. He posted autographed pictures of himself on eBay, looking like this. I mean, aside from the fact it looks as if Chris got bitten by a spider, and Chris is trying to make his smile about as wide as his belly, and maybe, I don't know, Chris could have maybe, I don't know, sorted his hair out somewhat. I'm not entirely sure how, but misdiagnosing narcissism Asperger's by Sam Vakin. Make of that what you will. Anyway, also, fixation on self-image. Chris has created many avatars of himself through several mediums. Pogs. Yes, Chris, Pogs of all. I mean, again, Chris, this was the 80s Chris was growing up in. As Christian Western Chandler in comic form, a Lego figurine as the leader, no doubt. Super Smash Brothers. More avatar, more and one for Christine, respectively. Amiibo figurines, Lego figurines, a plasticine doll, a Skylanders avatar, a shirt, card, and 3D figurine of his Skylanders costing at least $90, as a Transformer. That almost sounds like a clever play on words, but probably isn't. As an MLP character, as a doppelganger of an MLP as an Equestria Girl character, a second Christine doll, Funkos. Just grow up, you guys. And finally, as a Twilight's Secret Shipfic folder card, featuring many of his own inserts, including multiple iterations of his inserts. Why didn't Chris just literally put up, have mirrored walls all over his house if he likes looking at himself that much? Good question. Moving on. Persecution complex. Chris has a lot of problems, and even the ones he takes responsibility for are still too much out of his hands. His school was mean to him. He didn't deserve that F in English or the one in CAD, and he doesn't deserve the 24/7 trolling, among other things. And if that wasn't enough, He thinks every authority figure in the land is conspiring against his love quest. Then in mid-October, the quote-unquote Dean of Student Services, Mary Lee Walsh, approached me and pulled my sign away from me and told me, "You're not allowed to find true love here." My heart was shattered that very moment. Despite the fact that probably Chris misconstrued what was going on, and, well, if Chris actually had stopped to listen, then this could have been averted. But Chris, as I mentioned before, Chris only chooses to listen to what he wants to hear. Compounding this was him also having to deal with a quagmire of a war against gay rumours that started those damn trolls kept spreading about him, with a second front versus the copyright-violating thieves. It's out of my control. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. A great example of Chris's persecution complex in the Greene County Conspiracy video, where Chris blamed the Greene County School Board for pretty much every misfortune in life, from being banned from the game place to becoming the social outcast that we all know and tolerate, thereby cementing the notion that Chris will never take responsibility for his actions. One of the only times Chris ever actually stepped up and admitted responsibility was when he accidentally erased his PlayStation 3's data. Naivete. Chris's simple-mindedness and gullibility are legendary. Like George W. Bush, he only deals in absolutes, or also deals in invasions. But let's skim past that. Either you're with him or you're against him. This has been very obvious in his answers to the mailbag, where he refuses to listen to any talk, even from professionals, about the similarity between Asperger's syndrome and autism, denies that there are any shortcomings in his work, and shrugs off any advice about how to improve his health or appearance, labeling anyone who suggests he has any kind of shortcoming a troll. Chris equates honesty with divulging every last detail about his life. Nothing is too candid for Chris: getting haircuts, drinking his own semen, shitting his pants, having incestuous dreams, or even giving away his phone number and home address. The only thing he hasn't done with wild abandon is give away his social security number. And when that happens, it won't be a surprise to anybody. I still think we've got a very long way to go before that happens, and also I don't think Chris would have done that. His gullibility is outstanding. No matter how many times it's happened before, Chris is easily led around by trolls promising China, threatening his identity, and most damaging of all, playing into his otherworldly delusions and fantasies. The earlier trolling schemes, such as Blanca, Pandahalo, and Jimmy Hill, got Chris to jump through hoops and expose so much information about Chris and his personality that they had to start this very wiki to keep track of it all. Another example of Chris's gullibility is one Miss Jacqueline Romy, a sweetheart that Chris met earlier in 2011. Despite her obviously being a troll, proven by a mysterious leak of videos that were sent only to Jackie on February 2012, and her having him produce many embarrassing videos, Chris would continually renew his relationship with her. In 2009 and 2010, Chris slowly began to learn to distrust trolls or to keep more of his information secure. However, many of his trolls believe this is akin to putting a shock collar on an animal, eventually to stop being shocked. Not because they actually understand or care, an animal will start doing as it's told. Over the years, Chris's gullibility would come back in varying ways, reaching a boiling point in 2017. When the idea guys got a hold of him, as it turned out, the easiest way to exploit Chris's gullibility was to appeal to his habit of escapism, especially during the general turmoil he faced around the time. The idea guys heavily exploited him by near permanently altering his fantasy world and state of mind, with their effects so harsh that they, even when their iron grip was let go the following year, Chris continues to believe the things that they put into his head. Most infamously, he now believed he was a goddess, and later on, the outright reincarnation of Jesus Christ, who would bring forth a dimensional merge on the world that, among other things, would take care of problems like his financial debt. As in the $6,000 that Chris gave to the idea guys just because they asked for it or something, or they said they were going to blow up Quickville or something, and Chris apparently just went along with it. Hubris, the pride before the fall. I'd say all round, you see, what like you know, like a perfect circle. You see, the problem is that I have too many skills that I am good at. You might say that I'm a jack of all trades and a master of none. Right, okay. Chris got the last part right. I can agree with that much. And what skills are these, Chris? Meanwhile, yeah, exactly. I love myself. Chris apparently needed to tell the world this. But whether or not this is even true either is a pretty good point. And bear in mind, he wrote this on Mother's Day as well. Whatever. Numerous. It's the same reason why I kind of like rolled my eyes at people when they have like those big posters or shirts with "I love me" or stuff like that. I mean, fair enough, but like, I'm sorry that I didn't realize that my self-esteem was in any doubt whatsoever. That I had to pay somebody money to have it put on a shirt and to walk around to let people know that I also paid for a shirt, to reinforce a notion that nobody really cared for, and one that I didn't even think was even need addressing at all. So there we are. Glad we saw that was not a close one. Numerous times, Chris has shown that he believes he has powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal autistics. In fact, so much so that this attitude has transcended mere hubris. Instead, it more resembles a mental illness. Not only is Chris convinced that his writing, musical talents, and art are without peer or criticism, he also believes he has supernatural powers along the lines of Wicca or voodoo. And he doesn't just have the power to create, he also has the power to destroy. This line of thinking is exemplified by Chris's acceptance that Ryan Cash committed the S-word just because he withheld Sonichu updates. He would worsen when he believed that worsen was a real word. That his curse actually caused Liquid Chris and Mary Lee Walsh to have some sort of horror before them. But those are just the most insane moments of cognitive dissonance. What about the time he went into hysterics when he didn't get recognition for his art at his high school graduation? I should have been highly recognized for my artistic talents. I showed in my many art classes for the award ceremonies before graduation day. I felt crestfallen greatly for not getting recognized for any of my talents. I excelled in math too, for the love of God. Chris on his Wikipedia page, not realizing that public schools display students' art all the time. And Chris is not the only person who's actually ever done good at math in school. Or his reaction to the Parappa the Rapper. Now listen, again, as Chris being a teenager during this, maybe debatable about, well, it's Chris was still too young. This, when Chris was in his mid-20s, definitely not. So that sworn on my autism, justice will be served to the 7 people of those 4 videos. That seems almost like a threat there, Chris. You may want to be careful about that. Meanwhile, all of the above is consistent with the behavior of small children, who, isolated from the real world by a lack of comprehension and limited mobility, believe themselves to be godlike beings. This belief is gradually destroyed as the child goes to school and encounters outside authority, leading to their acknowledgement of the fact they are, in fact, ordinary people. Of course, since Chris is not only autistic but also extremely sheltered, he still manages to cling to this belief by focusing on specific aspects of his life and constructing elaborate fantasy worlds. This is also probably why he sees mundane chores as horrific trials of strength and will. In psychological terms, this can be referred to as psychological neoteny. Is that right, neoteny? Am I getting that right? Which is basically the retention of juvenile traits well into physical maturity. Also consistent with his childlike mindset, his apparent belief that he has supernatural powers. In Freudian terms, this is referred to as an omnipotence of thought. Basically, in the same way he does with religion, Chris cherry-picks elements of his life to validate his fantasy of control, which is more systematically displayed in the Solitude comics. Taking this into consideration, it's likely that Magi-chan is yet another Mary Sue for Chris, serving as a kind of avatar for his desire for ultimate authority. Why he felt it necessary to make another character to fill this role is unclear, considering he's already established himself as the one true god of Quickville. Another aspect of Chris's arrogance, and again caused by his childish way of viewing the world, is visible in a phone call with Alec Benson-Leary, the creator of Asperchu. In the call, it is obvious Chris does not follow a mature procedure for developing a stance on issues. Where normally an individual will learn information about the issue and from then decide how they feel about said issue, Chris does it the other way around, and decides how he feels about something, then refuses to believe, understand, acknowledge, or even change his attitude when people will call him out on this, or either humour any evidence to the contrary. While most people have very strong beliefs in some issues, so much that they automatically have a prejudice against people believing differently, politics, religion, etc., Chris has this perspective on everything. He takes a position on matters, then finds ways to back it up and ignores all evidence for the opposing viewpoint. This is called a confirmation bias. For example, Chris has decided gay people are bad, so he selectively finds information that backs up his stance on the matter and ignores anything anyone will tell him about why his homophobia is bad and makes him a bad person. He will then go as far as to pretend he can cure homosexuality with his own blood, unless disliking homosexual means he may not get laid. It's, I could go into more detail about another example that's been cropping up on like X and stuff like that about confirmation bias. But I don't really feel like I need to do that right now because this video is already long enough as it is, and I don't want to start a small civil war in the comments. So I won't. I'll keep that firmly under wraps. So let's move on. This is most apparent when he takes two contrary positions about a similar topic. The obvious example of this is Chris's understanding of the way parody functions. Chris will defend his right to make Solitude to the his right to defend Solitude to the hilt by claiming it is a parody in a legal sense, but then he states that Asperchu is a bad thing because it is a parody of a parody. As you can see, Chris has decided that he has every right to make Solitude, so he backs this up with statements about his right to parody existing trademark characters. But conversely, he has decided Asperchu is bad, so he supports this position by stating it is a parody of his legitimate work. Yeah, Solitude is about as legitimate as probably my original characters, to be fair. A literal example of the Pride Before the Fall would be Chris's series of Facebook posts between April and June of 2012. In April of 2012, Chris believed that he had utterly fooled the trolls when he made a series of posts mocking them. He even went so far as to post screenshots of the Cwiki forum members talking about it. Note that in several of the screenshots, Chris believed that he had uncovered a scheme to start a poster campaign about him in Charlottesville. According to his Facebook post dated 4th of June 2012, he had called the cops and basically admitted that he completely fell for it. He then recorded an angry voicemail greeting before quickly deleting it. Compared to an earlier voicemail he made, one can clearly see how humbled he was. A more recent example of Chris's pride and ego superseding the efforts of people around him can be seen in Sonichu Special 5, in which the captain vociferously praises Chris, flanked by his creations for providing a good service to all of us in this world, when in reality the opposite was true. Chris had been manipulated by the idea guys, and the captain, a member of the guard dogs, was the actual person providing said services in attempting to break Chris free of their influence. I believe this is it's what they refer to as pampering, or pandering, if you will. Materialism. I want Julie. Yeah, love is my first priority, but I want my stuff back. It is clear that Chris is a materialist, a common symptom of narcissistic personality disorder. Also, before we go any further with this, it should be pointed out that Chris, during his first hearing when he was in jail, apparently threw a tantrum in court by stamping his feet saying, "Can't I just get my stuff back from 14 Branch Lane?" And they said no. And Chris kicked off with them. Buying and hoarding large amounts of crap that make him feel good about himself. He may even believe that his unhealthy amount of children's toys might attract a sweetheart. I don't know, well, they say age is just a number, but I feel like Chris might want to... Yeah, that's the thing, is that if I didn't know better, I would have felt like Chris was building some sort of soft play dungeon. When any human being would clearly see that this man is delusional. He also doesn't seem to have a problem with getting money for sitting on his ass, claiming he can get more from his tugboat than he could at an actual job. Which, that's just... Only people who know absolutely nothing about the economy or how, you know, what people get paid. Like, Chris has absolutely no idea. Why Chris thinks that's true, I have no idea. He has absolutely no concept of money, nor does he have any semblance of value towards money either, and believes he is entitled to everything he can buy or get his greasy, unclean palms on as much as possible. This stems from childhood, and when Barbara would take Chris to the toy store and encourage him to talk by giving him toys if he could read their names out loud. Ever since, he's believed that just by being autistic, he deserves everything he can get his grubby hands on. This mixture of compulsive hoarding, compulsive shopping, and autism is bad news all the way. He's compulsively hoarded all of his toys and video games because he wants to give them to his daughter in the future. He also seems to enjoy collecting things, which may explain why Pokemon appeals to him. Chris compulsively bought everything he could on the PS3, including but not limited to games he owns but has never played or even opened the box on, and is more concerned with trophies than actual gameplay. Most of the games he's downloaded have never been played. And that's not an understatement, by the way. That is true. Chris says, like, they are literally collecting dust from the moment they were bought. But the important thing is that, and how much money was Chris spending on games that he literally never played? That's also what I want to know. Hoarding items in cases other than OCD is a sign of intellectual disability in older children. He may have inherited this behavior from his parents, especially Bob. Not even a house fire that set most of his items ablaze or getting exiled from said house can stop his hoarding habits. Tender misanthropy. A tender misanthrope is, by definition, someone who despises humanity in general. That's going a bit far, that, isn't it? But is ever ready to make an exception for the real people. In other words, an egotist who pretends to be benevolent. While it's obvious that Chris is an egotist, he truly believes he is benevolent. He is the perfect example of a tender misanthrope, screaming death threats at what he knows of humanity, seeing as the only social contact he gets is from the internet, whilst also believing that he is a kind, loving person who can give advice and act as a role model for children. You are having a laugh, Chris. You are having a giraffe, aren't you? Are you sure about that? What is it? What if you highlight this? Yeah, I thought so. Another part of the definition states that a tender misanthrope feels certain of being able to love real people if only they can be found, or, failing that, to transfer existing false people into idealized real people through social and political programs of the tender misanthrope's own making. The way that Chris treats gay people, seeing as he hates them all, no matter what he says, and wants to turn them straight by placing them into co-ed prisons, reprogramming them into straights via concentration camps, or by creating a vaccine that cures homosexuality, certainly fits this description. The fact that he also generalizes trolls as gay people also supports this. If that does not convince you that Chris feels he can make people into what he can emotionally attach himself to, there are also other obvious examples in this unique delivery of his intentions. And if that sounds pretty bleak, well, this is not dark psychology. This is like the darkest psychology, because, well, what else are you meant to think about somebody who really has that arrogant standard about the world? Excuse me. Disregard of rules of conduct online. Do not delete nor censor my bombastic protest. Chris has little regard for the rules of online communities. When he joins up on websites, he tends to do things his way. He assumes that his own niche in these websites is under his absolute control. For example, he assumed that Wikipedia would allow him to post anything on his personal user page, or that Encyclopedia Dramatica would remove material critical to him if he just asked nicely. Sites like DeviantArt and YouTube allow community participation. Chris simply disallowed comments, or later on just ignored every comment he received. Chris also assumes that when other people host websites for him, in case of Wikipedia, he's given the final say on all matters. His record for getting permabanned is currently at 2 weeks on Flipnote, when he foolishly tried to re-upload Flipnotes that had been removed for breaking the rules without bothering to find out why they had been removed in the first place. Smack your head against a wall just to see if you can get through it, and if it doesn't work, smack it even harder. That's what it reads to me, at any rate. His Facebook account encountered a cycle in July 2015 where it would be removed and put back up again. Some of Chris's posts contained sexual content, such as photos of lizards mating, thumbnails of lesbian sex, screenshots of sexting, and a drawing in which he was drenched in lemonade through a china-shaped melon. Which he even bragged about how his haters would be offended by it. If Chris is banned from a website, he will often simply make a new account to circumnavigate it, even if this violates the website's rules, such as using like sock puppet accounts, which is another thing he refuses to accept. Similarly, if he is blocked by somebody he wants to talk to, he might even construct a fake account under the guise of one of his OCs to bypass the block, which technically counts as stalking, and somebody could have just pressed charges and never would have had to deal with Chris ever again. Because that's the thing as well. If somebody had reported Chris for stalking, then there could have been, serious limitations for Chris online. Because, well, think about how that looks and stuff like that. And that's again, with the cosh of the law weighing around his neck, it would have been the sort of thing to make Chris realize what to do and what not to do. That would have changed his tune very, very quickly. Surrendering information. If there is one thing that Chris's ego would simply not allow, it's suppressing himself from giving away too much information about himself. If he feels that bragging about something would give him a one-up against the trolls or make himself look good, he'll freely announce it for everyone to hear. The most glaring example of this is this entire wiki, which was created using a lot of information provided by Chris himself. Back in the day, Chris viewed himself as an extremely popular internet celebrity with a true and loyal fan base, and as such would divulge a lot of information about himself so people would know him better, inclusive of personal information that nobody in their right mind would give away, because they understand that, that they do not need to know, and it could lead to very serious issues in this day and age, even as far back as 2007. However, there are times when he would do the opposite and surrender information that he knew would make him look horrendously bad, sometimes without provocation whatsoever. His enthusiastic revelation of his own fecal incontinence is the shining example of this. Or the shining turd example of this. I am so not clever. Whilst this practice has diminished in recent times, well, when it did happen, it was more than enough to fill the docket, with Chris making himself scarce out of fear that trolls would have more ammunition to use against him. His habit of needlessly surrendering information still manages to surface. For example, when he claimed to lose his virginity, he couldn't help but announce it on his Facebook page, all the while swearing up and down that he would never divulge any details about it to the trolls. Mere weeks later, more details emerged on Facebook, leading to speculation that he might actually buy a hooker, since we all know the inevitable end result of his sweetheart search, which he ended up what's this, I've lost track as my phone's making noises again, which he ended up confirming on the 1st of May, along with attending a Mythbusters tour, something which wasn't even brought up but still revealed anyway. All the while claiming to retain button-lipped on the matter. Only time would tell if and when Chris finally reveals everything to silence his naysayers. After all, it wouldn't be the first time it's happened either. Sure enough, in December of 2014, a leaked account of Chris's experience with the hooker was revealed on the Kiwi farms. He just never learns. In 2013, Chris's habit of needlessly surrendering information returned with a vengeance. Chris threw a temper tantrum on Facebook, and many would have assumed that it was business as usual, until Chris made the fatal mistake of revealing the reason why he went on the warpath. Somebody had uploaded his status updates, complete with the ones that were hidden, onto an Imager account. Aside from the usual whining about how lonely he was, these screen caps not only revealed what he was up to in the silence between 2011 and 2013, but also uncovered a very ugly side of Chris. One post in particular revealed that he was angry at the fact that Mims had a girlfriend and demanded that somebody should kill her, simply because Mims was a jerk. The fact remains that the one who revealed all of this unsavory information was not the trolls, as Chris would try to have you believe, but himself. The next year, Chris encountered a man trying to put out a bushfire near his house. However, he believed he was trying to make it worse, and thus uploaded the bushfire video, wherein he wound up dropping the address of the rental house in the video title. Friggin' idiot. In 2021, this would eventually prove to be Chris's ultimate downfall. In late July 2021, Chris told Bella that he had sexual intercourse with Barbara Chandler, his own mother, even going so far as to describe the acts in uncomfortably graphic detail. One would think that Chris, being in the highly delusional state that he was in at the time, could have easily been dismissed here, until we confirmed that it was all true when pressed by the truth by Dylan Thomas. And by Noel as well, but yeah. As a consequence, many horrified listeners immediately contacted law enforcement, as incest is a Class 5 felony in the state of Virginia. Even more consequences would follow. Chris was removed from his home via an emergency protective order and became the center of a humongous media circus, and even had Weens tracking him down in real life, resulting in his eventual arrest on stream on the 1st of August 2021. What a time to be alive, guys. For everyone involved, apart from those who didn't have anything to do with this, and you just were waking up to why is everybody getting in a tizzy over this for? Fishing for sympathy. I am so smart, and yet I still have a lot to learn. I still have so much to learn. Yeah, that ought to do it. In many conversations with Chris, there have been quite a few instances where he would outright fish for sympathy, in the hopes that people would take pity on him and, in so doing, make him feel better about himself. One such example is the Father Call, where Chris constantly talks about the trials and tribulations in his life to an unimpressed Matthew Devoria, from whom he was trying to seek approval to date his daughter. And said trials and tribulations amounted to housework and being teased on the internet, which Chris felt was on par with Matthew carrying his dead friend's body during the war. In his later email exchanges with Jackie, Chris is quick to paint himself as a misunderstood victim whenever Jackie rips him a new one over issues such as his habit of lying, being a hypocrite, and even being inconsiderate towards her. Even in recent times, he was not cut out of this habit, with his Facebook and Twitter entries blaming his trolls for making his life a living hell. One in particular lamenting that nobody cares about him except for his own mother. The attention he gets from his mother, Barbara Chandler, and his friend Anna McLaren is textbook mollycoddling at best. Chris has spent his entire life being catered to by his parents, notably well past the point of social acceptance, to the point where he depends on them to bail him out of his numerous messes that he gets himself into. Only after Chris abandons them and stuff like that, if you know anything about the Blue Arms incident. It comes as no surprise, then, that this, combined with him being autistic, has poisoned Chris's mind into thinking that this is how everybody should treat him by default. And if people don't see things his way, he'll be more than happy to point out the heavy burdens he faces daily, almost as if he expects them to instantly take back their mean words and feel sorry for him. The habit of wanting sympathy is so ingrained in Chris that he instinctively hedges when he makes a positive statement about himself. An example is from a video in which he said, "I am so smart," and immediately followed by downplaying it and saying that he still had much to learn. But that's the thing as well. Chris can say he's so smart, but unfortunately nobody is believing this. War against the ego. One of the main forces opposing Chris's ego are the White Knights. These misguided souls have attempted to get Chris to understand that what he's doing is ridiculous and that he needs to grow up. Instead, he brushed them all aside, assuring himself that he was true and honest and could do no wrong. One of the more popular White Knights, Vivian G, who later became a troll, when she couldn't get through to Chris. That takes some effort, that, doesn't it? When asked to get real psychiatric help, Chris has said that his church counselor, Rocky Shoemaker, is enough for him, and that she could do so much more than someone with an actual legitimate degree in that field. He seems to believe that because her title includes the word counselor, she is every bit as qualified as a real doctor. The fact that most pastoral counselors see people for free probably helps as well, since Chris would never spend part of his precious monthly tugboat on something useful when there are video games to buy. There were even some instances where it seemed that the trolls had made a breakthrough by breaking Chris, only for him to get right back up and continue with his antics. An example of this would be Casey, who led Chris on for a while until she dropped the bombshell that she was going to marry Liquid Chris, but not before having her father point out every single thing that is wrong with Chris. A normal person would have been utterly devastated by this turn of events, and some would even use this experience to better themselves. Chris, on the other hand, perked right back up when he obtained a letter validating Sonichu, forgetting about Casey in mere days, just like she had predicted, until Chris would fall into the cycle all over again. Just as long as anybody pays any attention to Chris whatsoever, that's just about all he needs. There's among many other things as well. And there's also examples of Chris's ego in the real world, and if you thought this was long enough already, well, we'll cover this as sort of like a little bit of a you know what, we're here anyway, we could include this just as a very epilogal a way to sum all this up. So, in the real world, school, Manchester High School. When Chris graduated from high school, he actually cried because he believed that he deserved a number of artistic awards for his artwork. By his own admission, he also made a scene and ran out after getting his diploma, eventually having to be consoled by both his mother and gal pal Tiffany Gowen. PVCC. After being expelled for his appalling behaviour by the student's dean, Chris felt the need to write to then standing President of the United States, George W. Bush, the idea that a standing president would be willing to use his clout to reverse a local community college's administration decision is ludicrous at best. Public places. The game place. Chris, a regular patron, acted as if he owned the store. He was rude to the other customers and staff, was openly racist and homophobic to others, abused the access to a flat-screen television, and was an all-around pain for the manager and later owner, Michael Snyder. After many antics, he was banned from the place, first temporarily for going into the back room without permission, then permanently after yelling at a kid. Chris filmed a half-assed apology 9 months later, not because he was sorry for his actions, but because the store was the only place in the area that had Eye of Judgment cards. Chris also attempted to incite harassment of employees of the store, using the very fans he had chastised mere weeks earlier simply because Michael had refused to remove his ban. Jail. During his time in jail, following the 28th of October 2011 incident, Chris stated he refused to eat the prison food, since he had never done it, and was not going to start anytime soon, and eating the food was beneath him. Later on, after being sent to jail following the incestuous affair, Chris writes a letter saying that his life events at present and so far can directly be compared and matched with what had been chronicled of none other than Jesus Christ of Nazareth in any Holy Bible. GameStop. Following the incident of the 26th of December 2014, where he was ordered to get out of a GameStop he was previously banned from for vandalizing their Sonic Boom displays, and then maced a male employee on the way out, he had went to Facebook to say that he in fact was the victim of the whole situation. The endgames. Chris's behaviour at this card game shop was only slightly better than his behaviour at the game place, with him generally acting like he was some sort of important celebrity. He would loudly sing and wail to his own music, pretend his imaginary friends were his bodyguards, would allegedly throw outbursts over things like him accidentally dropping his medallion, and even play Sonichu on one of the store's signs. Much like before, after many antics, he would be banned from the store, partly for getting into an argument with a game judge, and partly for getting into another argument with the store manager. The aforementioned sign for the store's Pokemon League got thrown away, and when Chris was told that his OC wasn't a real Pokemon character and shouldn't be displayed in the store, he inevitably got angry. Chris would demand several times to be unbanned, saying that he needed help playing Dungeons and Dragons, and that it would help bring the dimensional merge, but the store wouldn't budge. Chris then angrily claimed that they sullied their reputation bad when they banned him, and anonymously sent them a letter with a drawing of a creepy stare. With people. Sarah Nicole Hammer, one of Chris's first crushes. Chris made the small booklet, Chris plus Sarah's Life Shares, in an attempt to win her over on her 21st birthday. The booklet was merely a major ego trip, talking more about him and less about her, with the two of them replaced with Solitude and Rosechew. He later cast her in his Solitude comic and having her break up with Wes Isley before disposing her when she was married away to William Spicer. Megan Schroeder. For the longest time, Chris actually believed that he and Megan were going out as boyfriend and girlfriend. He even attacked someone for getting near Megan. When the infamous She Came for Quick.jpg picture was discovered, Chris actually thought that the real reason was because she was upset because she wasn't used to sexual things, and not the fact that she realized that Chris saw her as nothing more than a sex toy. He then tried to make Megan believe that the bullying from those amongst ED was much worse than the fact that he did the picture because he was afraid of trying to rap her. He also insisted that he was under much more emotional pain than she was, somehow believing that trolls posting pictures of Rosechew with a pickle on the internet was worse than a so-called friend sexually harassing and drawing porn of you. Chris would later blame ED for the fact that he lost her friendship, not caring it was his fault in the first place, and nobody else's. Jerkops. Thanks to Chris's various runs-in with the law, Chris has a very skewed view of law enforcement. After being tossed out of Walmart and Target, he deemed that security guards were evil and just trying to play Kick the Autistic and prevent him from completing his love quest. However, following his arrest on the 28th of October 2011, Chris has now assumed that all law enforcement is evil and has gone out of his way to make sure that they never take him into any sort of custody again, which hasn't worked out for him. Also because Chris couldn't maintain the law to save his life anyway. Vanessa Hudgens. Joshua Martinez used the identity of the High School Musical star to troll Chris by pretending Vanessa wanted to ride his duck. The fact that Chris actually believed a bona fide celebrity wanted to give her China speaks volumes about his hubris. The Solitude promotional video. In the part 2 of his video, Chris shows to the camera an elegant drawing of the two main heroes of the comic book made by a fan called Ali. Not only does he proceed to comment, Rosie's tale was wrong, but I'll forgive her, he presents a drawing made by himself as the better version. I would have given Chris a slap for saying something like that, because that's just... Shigure Miyamoto. Chris was convinced that Miyamoto, who is a world-famous video game designer and creator of beloved and legendary franchises like Super Mario Bros., Donkey Kong, The Legend of Zelda, and Star Fox, would not only be honored to meet him, but in fact even more honored to meet Chris than Chris would be to meet him. Then, even after having his game proposal rejected by Miyamoto, Chris still remained convinced that Miyamoto was only holding out on him and would surely accept his offer in the near future. Jackie. In the final email exchanges between the two, Jackie quite accurately pointed out many of Chris's flaws, also taking the time to rationally explain what he was doing wrong and what he could do to fix things. However, Chris took it the wrong way, claiming that she was being mean to him and hating him by pointing out his flaws, still believing himself to be flawless and special. Michael Snyder. Imagine what would happen if, Bob didn't die in 2011. How long that would be still going on for. Anyway, Michael Snyder. Chris has long held enmity towards him for rightfully banning him from the gameplays because of his antics, not caring that it was his fault in the first place. So what has Chris got to be angry for then? Even going on to develop a paranoid delusion that Michael Snyder's the ringleader of a conspiracy hell-bent on persecuting him because he's autistic. After the fallout from the Simola and Wallflower incidents, Chris rekindled his efforts to get unbanned from the gameplays as part of getting back to the real world and failed miserably. This has led Chris to throw anti-Semitic slurs, for example calling Michael a Jew, despite the fact that Michael Snyder is not Jewish, and attempting vehicular assault at least twice. During the July 2012 trial, Chris had the gall to call him a thieving liar before the judge, in a court, and even though Snyder was far more lenient as he didn't want to have a felony on his record, which would have risked a contempt of court and the plea bargain he invalidated. Even as late as January 2018, years after the store was closed, he still holds serious animosity towards him. Online. Little Big Planet. When Chris had shown up on the Little Big Planet community and posted videos addressed to them, he once again said people should know him by now. He immediately assumed people would praise him for his levels, especially the collector's case, which he thought was the most original Little Big Planet level idea ever. Web Soup. When Chris learned that one of his videos was featured on an episode, he took it as a good thing, not realizing that the show made fun of people on the internet. Downsize Sega. On the 2nd of February 2015, Chris took credit for Sega's downsizing, stating that him and his Pale Arm Crusaders, with their boycotting, had damaged Sega enough to force them to close office. This is despite the fact that normal market forces had been the supposed cause. Literally, nobody is joining Chris on his fight against the Blue Arms, and Sega is the publisher of all Sonic games. This gives some nicely needed recent perspective on the size of his ego. Sonic Forces. In November 2017, after playing through the newest Sonic game, Chris unlocked customizable options for the avatar section. One of these included eyes with heterochromia. Chris immediately assumed the unlockable was inspired by him, since his right eye is green and his left eye is a shade of blue like purple, the combo of blue and red. Contests. Harvey Birdman commercial. In an attempt to win a contest involving the animated avian lawyer, Chris went to great lengths to talk about himself, his rivalry with Mary Lee Walsh, and Sonichu, but very, very little about Birdman himself. He even got the character's name wrong initially and left it in on purpose. When he inevitably lost, he whined on the Adult Swim forums that his commercial was better than any of the other entries accepted. What an absolute wuss. Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown. In his reviews of the top 10 videos, Chris highly praised his entry and claimed it was the best. After losing the contest to Adam Stackhouse, Chris would have a major hissy fit over the loss, proclaiming even the slightest mistake as cheating, despite the fact that Chris himself had broken numerous rules in the process, including loading the contest with fake votes for him and bribing his stepbrother to vote for him. Even worse, he attempted to fabricate the PlayStation webpage to show that he himself had won and not Adam. GameStop Beer Star Sweepstakes. After rumors circulated that whoever won this particular contest would end up becoming a playable character in a Guitar Hero game, trolls voted for Chris's entry en masse in the hopes that he would end up appearing in World Tour. Alas, this was not the case, but Chris did end up winning at the contest anyway, which undoubtedly raised his ego. So yes, that one is absolutely the trolls' fault, if anything else. Chris claimed that he would share his prize, a $400 GameStop certificate, with his church congregation. However, he only gave $180 to his church, with the remaining money being used on himself. just wow. And bear in mind, Chris didn't even have to do anything whatsoever to win that, and Chris couldn't have just done the right... Never mind. Others. Is it worth going into the rest of these? Because, yeah, I suppose so. Greene County School Board. In one video, Chris proclaims that the Greene County School Board, who sought to help Chris when he was younger, initiated a mass conspiracy theory against him in order to keep him in his autistic shell. This also included paying off a realtor to keep their house from being sold, and paying off Michael Snyder to keep him out of the game place. Unban contracts. Chris demands the likes of GameStop and Best Buy to unban him for his incidents over there, even though they had every right to ban him for his conduct. Not only that, but he also demands that they do not call the police against him, which is illegal since contracts cannot be used to protect from criminal prosecution. Exactly. Also, contracts are only enforceable if a contract is legally enforceable. Just saying don't call the police does not mean that deciding what other people can and cannot do in a legal matter is right or is right, thus making it null and void, which he believes that not signing would prove that they are the most uncompassionate and lacking of heart and soul of any person, and are a bunch of unwelcome and immature rat-ass bastards, I suppose. He even goes as far as to say that his ban from those places is outdated, similar to how he tried to convince Michael Snyder that he needs to forgive and forget, and that the ban is a human rights violation because he's a lesbian trans woman. Affirmations list. A 3-page long list Chris wrote in March 2021 of his positive traits. It consists of thoroughly delusional assessments for stroking his ego. His vocabulary. The whole purpose of language is to communicate thoughts and the ideas to other people, but Chris has managed to turn his vocabulary into a brick wall by crafting a mutilated lexicon that makes sense only to him, forcing people who want to communicate with him to understand his bastardized vocabulary as opposed to Chris having to talk normally and understand regular speech. In the comic. While issue 0 and issue 1 do focus on Sonichu, that's quite shocking when you think about it, Chris Chan takes over as the main character throughout issue 2, 5, 6, and 7, with Sonichu as a supporting character. In his infrequent appearances, he invariably sings Chris's praises. Issues 8 and 9 see Sonichu take back his major role as the main character, but at this stage, he's just a Mary Sue for Chris. The main story arc of issue 10 is the resurgence of Chris and his elimination of every enemy he has so far. He also portrays himself as skinny and handsome, although this doesn't happen till said issue 2. And throughout the comic series, sporadically gives his self-insert character superpowers that are never explained. He even makes several episodes that dramatize events he had in real life, with the extremely self-indulgent fantasies that are described below. Chris's ego is in full bloom in the comics. The name of the city in which he and his electric hedgehog Pokemon strive to protect is known as Quickville. The city's currency is C quarters and W quarters. One of the major drinks in this city is known as Quick Cola. The radio station is called KCWC. The hotel is called the Double Quick. Even his Hyrule ripoff is called Rule Quick. Basically, everything is named after Chris. The Sonichus and Rosechus he created refer to him as Father. His self-insert is Mayor, but never ever performs any mayoral duties whatsoever, and his actual role is more like a god king than any kind of elected official. As Chris says, there is no elections. So it's a dictatorship then, I guess. Instances of Chris's ego in the comics. Sonichu 3. This issue has a semi-fictionalized account of an incident Chris had with the managers and a McDonald's he was loitering and soliciting at. And, knowing that a 25-year-old morbidly obese autistic man-child creepily looking at patrons can't possibly end well, security threw him out. In his comic, however, Chris exclaims that the jerk-cops are conspiring against him, preventing him from finding true love. He turns into Sonichu, Chris-chan Sonichu, and defeats them with the help of Sole Bane Sonichu, who admits he only helped because Chris was his creator. Sonichu issue 5. This issue has Chris write Sarah Hammer out of the comic so he could focus exclusively on Megan Schroeder, the new object of his desire. While Sarah did marry a man named William Spicer, Chris was not present at her wedding, and had never met Spicer, as he was represented in the comic by a generic Yu-Gi-Oh character. I think it was Jax Knight, on the top of my head. The next episode has Chris fawning over Megan, and she over him. In reality, Megan saw Chris only as a friend, and was constantly rebuffing his advances. The episode features 2 different endings because Megan either did not like the original ending or objected to being featured in the comic at all. Sonichu issue 7. Chris is envious of Bionic's ability to screw Megagi until Megan holds his hand, again implying romance where none exists. After Chris gets trapped in the time void, he mixes both fake memories from the comic with real ones like Megan dumping him and his denial of having drawn SheCameForQuick.jpg. He blames it on ED, even though he was the one who drew it and uploaded it onto that site. Mary Lee Walsh's invasion of Quickville and her defeat at the hands of Sonichus and Rosechus, and Joshua Martinez hooking him up with Vanessa Hudgens. Sonichu 12-9. The comic features a new self-insert for Chris named Nightstar, which is a blatant Mary Sue empowered with story-breaking psychic abilities. Nightstar meets with Chris's comic incarnation, who is inexplicably coloured to resemble yet another depiction of Chris, because we needed another one, and helps him transform into a body that looks like herself. The character's full names are Christine Knight Western Star Chandler, which Chris wrote without a hint of irony whatsoever. Chris also depicts his real self in the comic as an alicorn, an extremely rare species of pony, that combines the powers of a Pegasus and a unicorn, from My Little Pony reserved solely for elite characters. Sonichu 13. This issue focuses on an incoherent series of plot threads the idea guys wrote into brainwashing Chris into believing. When Louis was attacked by cloakers, Chris proceeded to send Quickville's entire army division, the Quick Defense, and his team of Autobots, led by his own Autobot car, Sonchu, to her aid. After Uzume managed to make herself whole again, and asked Chris for her powers back, Chris effortlessly transferred the powers within himself back to Uzume, while still keeping Uzume's seal. Chris zapped a hotel with lightning because it was full of criminals. Their crimes are unknown, but Chris's judgment is divine, so who cares? ? When someone else had become mayor of Quickville, Chris destroyed the Quickville Mall, killing thousands and the non-mayor, showing how he is the true and honest mayor of Quickville. When Monica tried to wipe Chris's memories, it didn't work because Chris was immune. Then Quickville was clear. All the baddies were gone, and everything went back to normal because Chris said so. At some point, all 5 of the Sailor Scout souls came to Chris and spoke kind words that blessed his heart crystal, which grew his powers. Chris showcases his goddess complex by likening himself to the CPU goddesses of Hyperdimension Neptunia. When he was having a conversation with Louis at a lovely cafe, Chris broke down and cried, claiming that due to his online history, no one would hire him without taking into account that he looks like a middle-aged misanthrope playing dress-up with a toddler and smells like the dumpster he lives in. He then continues to cry, screaming that his responsibilities are near endless. When Jamster Sonichu was tried for sexual harassment, Chris obstructed the law by sending him his good vibes towards the courthouse, and the judge declared Jamster Sonichu not guilty. This sounds more like more oral, Morton logic, as opposed to anything. Even for Quickville standards, this is quite insane. When the Australasians attacked Quickville, Chris was able to regroup the Quickville forces with all his level 100 Pokemon that he had accumulated over the years. Chris created the CPU battery charged Blue Heart to attempt to pray for the war to end. In an attempt to save Simola from burning alive, Chris projects himself and sets psychic barriers, magically withstanding the heat and agony of their flamethrowers. Chris claims that with the help of Magi-chan, he realized that all the messages from God Jesus that he had received so far had only been a can missing with his head, shifting the blame of himself acting on the impulses to God Jesus, and then to a can. Chris deepens his goddess complex by announcing that he no longer believes in God, but rather in the CPU goddesses that he is a part of. Chris finds all thousands of his clones and napalms them on an open field. He is also victorious in the Quickville War by making the Nazis retreat. Chris claims to be able to repair or appear in multiple places at once, not feel pain, and kill everyone he does, not like with lightning speed. Moreover, anytime a Nazi misgenders him, they turn into liquid paste after being magically doused in Chris's blood, and all the Nazis not liquefied turn into Sonichus. 7 Chris Chan Sonichu statues are erected in Quickville, reminding its citizens of who they have no choice but to worship. Sonichu issue 14. This is still ongoing, by the way. Boy, Quickville really was like the power fantasy of all time, wasn't it? Chris begins the issue by describing his great destiny and why he is a unique Sonichu. Sonichu conveys to the reader that Chris has always had special abilities, that his future is predetermined, and how he goes above and beyond to keep him safe. Chris claims that he even personally helped to save numerous days in a superheroic manner. Chris recounts how he utilized the Reality Stone to undo all the harm the Idea Guys caused to C-197 Dimension, before punishing them. Chris reminds us that significant occurrences are all connected to him, and that he serves as one of the main deity conduits for the merge. Chris claims that his soul and thoughts are somehow projected everywhere, and that the heavy energy coming from the heart aura makes his numb body totally functioning. Chris makes an effort to categorize his uncontrollable, loud, long, thunderous belches as a drawback of being a goddess, and not his poor diet. Chris asserts that his psychic abilities outstand a doctor. Chris displays his sense of self-importance by claiming that when he was unable to lucid dream, Emmanuel, Jesus, Buddha, the CPU goddesses, and all other deities interviewed in his dreams and attempted to assist him by reminding him of his goddess powers and how to use them. Chris rambles on, much like this page, and asserting that he literally shares a subspace and subdimension with all of the other deities in the galaxy with his subconscious. Chris asserts that he sang and danced in tandem with the actors on stage during the BronyCon Grand Galloping Gala without any prior experience or training. He draws a scene showing that he captivated a few attendants behind him who were surprised by his skills. Chris attributes these events to his magical powers rather than by his ego playing tricks on him. Because Chris is absolutely fucking insane, that's probably why. And with that cleared up, that is it. That is the whole of Chris and his ego, his narcissism, the whole shebang. And as I mentioned, well, I didn't mention this before, but I have mentioned this in several other instances because this has been going on long and just shy of too long. Chris is the bona fide example of a 4-year-old child trapped in a 43-year-old man's body. So, yeah. Thank all of you guys so much for being with me throughout this, and should I split this up into 2 parts? Well, we'll wait and see. But I hope all of you guys had nothing better to do with your evening than listen to me. Thank you, and I'll see all of you guys again next time. Take care, and bye-bye for now. Hi guys, so you're actually getting another video out of me today, and it's probably going to be a thing for the next couple of days, but the thing that I have to stress at this point, and stress will be something that'll be coming up in a few days' time, is that this video, despite the length of this this article, this one is going to be relatively short, and you're going to understand why in a few moments' time. So, Chris and hypocrisy. You're all just immature, naive, condescending, soulless monsters. You don't care about others, you only care about yourselves, you only care about getting your own laughs and kicks because you don't have your own social life. Chris described, and now you may argue Chris was saying this in the Green County conspiracy video where Chris genuinely believed there was a plot to kick Chris all the way back to Ruckersville when Chris claimed to be just fine in Manchester, or in Orange County. Was it Orange County? I honestly don't know, but yeah, Chris thinks that, you know, but the problem is that, well, Chris says that, but Chris doesn't say he's better because this, that, and the other. In fact, Chris doesn't do anything whatsoever to prove people wrong. But let's roll. Hypocrisy is the act of claiming to have beliefs, opinions, virtues, feelings, qualities, or standards that one does not actually have. Chris is an accomplished hypocrite, holding others to standards that he himself does not live up to. This is possibly due to the fact that he's incapable of serious introspection and self-examination due to his autism, but on a more self-inflicted level, his ego. Chris believes that he is a blameless, holy creature that is practically perfect in every way. However, he sees plenty of flaws in the world around him that cause him stress. He blames all of his problems on external factors like trolls, homosexuals, conspiracies, or the entire male population. In the past, he's faulted the police, store managers, Mary Lee Walsh, and more security guards for complications during his love quest. When Chris can't fault other people for his problems, he relies on autism and stress as fallback excuses. He's strongly opinionated and drunk on his internet fame, so he sees himself as a role model that can change the world. He doesn't necessarily want to change it for the better. He wants to change the world into one where everyone conforms to his worldview and showers him with praise so he'll never again have to feel uncomfortable, suffer any inconveniences, or be forced to actually put effort into anything whatsoever. This means arrogantly pointing out the sins of others but never answering to his own, which leads to Chris doling out advice to others that he should be heeding for himself. Chris's mailbag answers are particularly rich sources of hypocrisy, where he readily gives advice to people that he himself will never follow. Now, what you're going to be seeing right now. Now, this is the contents, guys, and this is why I'm going to keep things relatively short, because these are all examples of Chris actually, well, going back on his word. From you grow up, spamming actual hate speech like get a job. These buses are full of nutty slow in the minds. I'll pray for you to open your mind. Yeah, this is the thing, is that this is everything you're going to be seeing here. And one thing you're going to sort of be noticing in some of these, but not all of them, is that a lot of them have been brought about by the fact that Chris, well, is probably too stupid to see the fault in his own actions. And why is that such an issue? Well, because how on earth are you meant to be taking anybody this seriously if, well, Chris has no concept whatsoever of not post-cognition, but although post-cognition is something that is absolutely applicable, but it's the fact that Chris has, well, not even post-cognition or precognition. It's the fact that Chris simply does not think before he does anything. And you may have heard me say that during Chris's the comprehensive history series is that there comes a point in about like part 68 or part 67 where it does become obvious that Chris starts to lose the power of rational thought or logic. And then I realized this is probably something that literally went almost to the very, very beginning. And well, it's kind of obvious. But then again, it doesn't even stop at that. It goes into like really messed up territories. Like, I will record the whole thing and upload it onto RedTube. This apparently is Chris saying he was going to hide a camera when having sex with somebody, and saying they were going to upload it up onto the internet, specifically onto RedTube. I think that was said back in 2009. Who in 2009 was even using RedTube at that point? Come on now. And, well, again, what you might be noticing is this little thing like Chris is a hypocrisy on things like maturity, workmanship, other people with mental disabilities, tolerance, homosexuality, transphobia, Chris's own creations, privacy, slander, Alec Bensaleri, women, capital punishment, mature content, leaving the internet forever, romantic rivalries, flamboyancy. I really feel offended when they get so flamboyant with their ways. Law, orphantarianism, obesity, blue arms, memes, maturity, spite, sexual misconduct, kindness, finances, dimensions, and forgiveness. Now, I'm just going to leave these ones up here because if there's any ones you actually specifically want to check out for yourselves, just so you can say, wow, Chris is kind of a dick for doing that, then I suppose it's easy pickings, really, because you don't really have to go that far or really go that deep. But with that being said, all of this could have been avoided if literally Chris thought about what he was doing before he actually did it. And this was, you could go as far back as the year 2000 for this. So Chris has been making an ass out of himself for 25 years. Sad but true. But before we leave, let's just go on to Chris and hypocrisy. Well, on hypocrisy, as she says. A hypocrite, an adjective. 1. To be of a belief while not upholding that belief. 2. A total liar. 3. An untrue fan. Example, when the Solitude fan left Solitude for a newer, badly drawn thing, after having said what they always enjoy Solitude forever, is a hypocrite among the truest and loyalist Solitude fans. This is Chris, by the way, on what it means to be a hypocrite. Chris will literally carry Solitude to the very grave, if you will. In the mailbag questions, Chris was asked to define hypocrite. His answer shows that he barely understands the concept. Thinks it's some kind of an insult like naive or benevolent, and somehow refers to a fan's level of devotion. Chris's first definition is very, very broad, and could be used to describe hypocrisy, one's stated beliefs being in conflict with one's actions. I suppose, when you think about it. But could also be used to describe a general lack of enthusiasm. Under Chris's definition, a homophobe who doesn't take drastic measures to eradicate homosexuality would be a hypocrite. Okay. Chris channeling Pol Pot, it would seem. His second definition is just hyperbole. In the same way someone would throw around fascist when not using it to describe an extreme right-wing authoritarian nationalist. Chris's third definition is more of a failed example to describe a hypocrite, and more describes Chris's "if you're not now, you never were" attitudes towards fandom. In Chris's mind, he must enjoy all Sonic the Hedgehog games regardless of quality and where, and display Pokemon merchandise well past an age where that would be considered socially acceptable. Because Chris enjoyed Sonic and Pokemon when he was younger, he's not allowed to move on, grow up, and find other more adult interests. Like actually not going to Goodwill for all your clothes, but then again, that's more tied to a different issue. Chris then went on to rail against Asperchu, and refused to acknowledge the dozens of mailbag letters pointing out examples of Chris's hypocrisy, double standards, and contradictions. And believe it or not, that's actually really, that's all we have time for today. Now, it may seem as though we are cutting this a little bit short, and it is a bit of a shorter one to talk about, but the important details are this. If Chris had spent more time actually trying to circumnavigate a way out of situations by not making an ass out of himself, Chris should have been taking advantage of that from the very first moment people were saying things about him. Like, I have people saying bad things about me, actually quite a lot more than you think about it. But unless they actually do anything about it, unless they actually act upon the things they accuse me of, then they literally can't, then what is there to do? I have never once tried to challenge somebody on the things that they said about me because, well, it's kind of actually been proven through many, many years through what other people do, is that if you don't, if you poke the bear, you don't poke it back, because guess what? Things can get out of control and a bit shaky in many different ways. And because I'm not prepared to give people like that exactly what they want, because I know fine well they're trolling me, then they've got nowhere else to go and they will completely drop whatever they were wanting out of me. Again, it's very simple. Just say, you know, there's nothing to it, or even don't say anything at all. But listen to what they do say and evaluate yourself from there. If the ball is in your court, and I will leave you all of that to see whether the ball will be in your court as well, and I will see all of you guys again later. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to your first of your double dose of our Chris Chan Cwiki readings. And like the one we did on hypocrisy, this one is also going to be maybe a little bit on the shorter side. However, that's probably because it's something that is quite limited, but not necessarily limited to things that can be documented, if you catch my drift. And it's called Chris and Kindness. I knew they were trolls, but they had good intentions, and they were genuinely kind individuals. I am not listening to your bullshit. Chris showing that he prefers kindness over reason. Now, here's the thing. You could interpret this as saying that all Chris is trying to do really from this is try to display that at the end of the day, Chris is trying to be the better person, but even a good person is not devoid of logic, if that makes sense. A good person should know the difference between right and wrong, and, well, what intentions do you suppose there were behind trolling Chris, apart from trying to make Chris look like an idiot? How can you consider those to be good intentions? That's again, Chris might possibly, and I'm not saying, listen, I'm not going to say for 1 second Chris should be this, that, or the other. That's not really, I don't have that power, and it's not something I think Chris would take an interest in anyway. However, why Chris came to this conclusion is something that's a bit harder to interpret or harder to understand. Also, for I am the kind and compassionate Christine Chandler. This is Chris proclaiming his kindness and his ability to roll his R's. You know what? For what they're worth, we may as well take a look at the video, because I'll say this and keep saying it. It sounds like, well, Chris becoming a constipated turkey as opposed to, well, there we go. As opposed to Chris technically rolling her R's, and this is it. I like the fact smug is what it comes out of this, but let's do it. A fun new trick. This is good.
Hello everyone, this is Christine Chandler coming to you live from home once again with a special brand new skill I've just figured out. Yes! For I am the kind and compassionate Christine Chandler! And now I can roll my R's. I am still in practice. So everybody is honored to be rolling in the press. For I am not
Danger Dolan, the narrator of these Super Planet Dolan videos, but I am powerful nonetheless in that sense. Not great and powerful, I'm kind and compassionate. Christina Chandler. Now everyone stay green and go out and zap to the extrema. Have a lovely day.
Now, it should be worth noting before we go anywhere, like, any further with this, is that Chris claims to be, kind and compassionate through this video. However, that video came shortly after, like, a back and forth argument Chris had with Lady of the Cosmo on Twitter, because Chris was referring to her as darling. Lady of the Cosmo did not appreciate this 1 second because of the fallout that Chris had with Doopy Doo-Over. And Chris spent the entire, argument really with Lady of the Cosmo trying to justify her behavior during all of this, and seemingly trying to change Lady of the Cosmo's judgment of the situation, pretending as though Lady of the Cosmo actually enjoyed being called darling and stuff like that. Even though people were rightfully telling Chris that it was not Chris's place to suddenly start deciding what was right and not right for certain people. So Chris can't really be that kind. Well, it's not really that hard to explain, but Chris should have come to the conclusion that just because certain people like it does not mean everybody's going to like it. But basically, yeah, and it's also because Lady of the Cosmo was good friends with Doopy Doo-Over anyway, so there are reasons for this. And by the way, yeah, Chris's rationale was apparently just to roll her R's. That's apparently that's more than enough to be called kind and compassionate. And in case you are also wondering, Chris never did this, rolled her R's again after this on camera. So, now what? Despite all his moments of rage, death threats, lies, and yuck, Chris does have a soft side. It's called his belly. And he is not afraid to show it. Sometimes. As of recently, he will more often than not be motivated to act kind towards other people, even towards complete strangers, due to his autism and upbringing making it difficult to empathize with others. These attempts are often awkward and occasionally cross the line to disrespect. Chris has also shown a number of times that due to his facade of kindness to others, he can very easily be manipulated by other people, as he rarely questions anyone's intentions beforehand, as that would be the unkind thing to do. This shows that Chris seems to have a strong appeal to just being kind to people for its own sake, rather than so that he can be more approachable, as he cannot distinguish when it is most appropriate to act and offer versus politely declining it. The origins of his kindness. Given his obsessions with fictional media and what we know about his formative years, it's very likely that Chris learned much of his ideals and how to act towards others from watching television as a child. Know that Chris once stated on a school assignment that he considers TV as an effective part of child rearing, I should say. I almost said child reading. Among 80s cartoons like Transformers and The Smurfs, he has specifically cited Care Bears and especially The Adventures of the American Rabbit, his first real role model before Sonic the Hedgehog, as influences. This might also explain why Chris preaches the importance of virtues he has demonstrably failed to live up to for years, and still does, sees the world with simplistic black and white morality, resists anyone telling him hard truths because they don't sound nice and sympathetic enough, easily latches on to anything seemingly beneficial to him without a second thought, and so forth. His tendencies towards binary perception and poor perception of reality presumably didn't help one bit either. So, like, bizarrely very big issues. But the problem again, the way they phrase things would say fair enough. It's because Chris sort of lacks that level of cognition for Chris to realize that the world is nowhere near as black, as simple as that. And I wonder if Chris just continued to live in a world that was that simple. Maybe things would have worked out for the better, but unfortunately, we don't live in a simple world. Sometimes it would be better if we did, but that's not, reflective of the reality of life. But maybe also a part of this, some people could say that, well, Chris is still locked in that cupboard with his toys. Moving on. Chris and his morality. Save Sole Bane or buy Lego. Chris conflicting with his morality and his desires at the same time. And by the way, this is like, there's no text here whatsoever, but then again, we have this. Pro tip. Please be aware that Chris described being involved in a literal MF in early June 2021 and slept with his mother every 3 days, until Chris was finally ordered out of Bob's house on the 30th of July by social services. Revising this page will be a difficult task. Altering this older portrait of our selfish but harmless idiot would make it harder to illustrate the changes in him and his ability to justify all of his own actions, however depraved. Like his beliefs on religion and gender, Chris's stance on morality is difficult to interpret. Chris often claims that he is a kind, good-natured, saintly person that doesn't deserve scorn. To a certain extent, he is right, but for all the wrong reasons. Despite what one may think about Chris, the reality is that he is a relatively harmless and is somewhat capable of distinguishing right and wrong. But that is only scratching the surface, as Chris's selfishness and naivete often turn out to be the main culprits behind him doing immoral actions, rather than true malevolence. One infamous example of this behaviour is when he foolishly drew and uploaded SheCameForQuick.jpg onto Encyclopedia Dramatica as a means to combat all of the pictures of ducks and pickles he found on the site, as well as to prove his straightness, not thinking about how Megan might respond to being depicted in such an undignified manner in a shoddily drawn piece of porn. Megan, who was looking for just about any other reason to stop talking to Chris, was understandably revolted. However, what cements the fact that his naivete was partly responsible is how Chris tried to explain to Megan what happened in the picture itself. Thinking that she was inexperienced with the old SEX and didn't understand what was going on, rather than the obvious fact that she was depicted in such a demeaning situation, and that Chris obviously wants to pound her. An outsider's account has confirmed this, specifically that of Mims and Lucas. Mims stated that Chris didn't seem aware he had committed wrongdoings to justify getting banned from the game place, but he certainly knew he was no longer welcome there. Though Chris didn't seem to recall anything beyond a so-called "we" incident or shouting a loud outburst twice, he still saw fit to try and apologize to Michael Snyder in a predictably failed bid to have his ban repealed. Whoever Chris acts kindly to depends on who you would classify as his friends and his enemies. If someone gets in the way of whatever he wants to do, or he shifts the blame on someone else for all of his failings, Chris will deem that someone as a troll that wants nothing more than him to make his miserable, showing very little respect of whoever inconvenienced him. Whoever Chris doesn't classify as a troll or feels temporarily joined the side of the trolls are his friends. Typically, Chris will attempt to befriend internet celebrities and staff members of the media that he enjoys. Yeah, I know that felt like a lot. To break this down in a more simpler turn of phrase, if it was because Chris thought he was doing right or tried to justify his actions, then that's what. Listen, trying to explain your rationale is one thing. Rather than just straight up saying sorry for knowing you did wrong is another. Because sometimes a lot of the memories are abstained in the incidents itself. She Came for Quick being one, and, well, Chris being banned from the gameplay is quite another. And there are reasons why Chris's ban was never uplifted from the gameplays, because a ban meant a hard stop. among many other things that, Chris did that Chris specifically did not seem to mention. Empathy. Chris has a very warped sense of empathy. This could be attributed to his autism, as autistic people generally have difficulty empathizing with others. Not always, but let's keep rolling. Although Chris's case has been much more to do with his upbringing. His dubious, if virtually non-existent, ability to empathize has also led him to denounce most to anyone with whom he had a conflict as mean, heartless, or even flat-out villainous, irrespective of all evidence pointing towards responsibility for turmoil falling on him. Despite fervently chiding them for allegedly lacking a heart, he often neglects to take their thoughts and feelings into consideration himself, preferring to instead jump to conclusions just because they happen to deviate from his extremely simplistic ideas, not to mention deny him what he feels entitled to have. So it's basically, it's all me, 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 me. It's always about Chris. Motivations for doing good. Love quest and gal pals. While socializing with his alleged pals, Chris always takes the time to act as kind as possible to them, to the point where it becomes downright disturbing. Unsurprisingly, Chris has used social media as a means of continuing his love quest and finding the sweetheart he has desired for over a decade. Because of that, most of the people Chris attempts to befriend are girls, with and without boyfriends. In terms of friendships on social media, whenever he feels he's up the creek without a paddle, Chris will almost always doubt that he is in any way responsible for anybody turning against him because, in his eyes, he is too kind for anyone to simply block him on Twitter or to be hated by the masses. Even by the time Chris was starting to use Twitter regularly, the damage was already being done. Also because this was after the house fire, so in many cases quite literally. And instead, shifts the blame on the trolls. This, coupled with the fact that Chris refuses to see the worst out of his friends unless he gets the hint that they denied access to their china, makes it sound even more disturbing. Defending others. As mentioned above with the Doopy saga, Chris has a tendency to believe he is doing good when in reality, he isn't. A common motivation for doing what he believes to be good is so that he can defend someone he thinks is close to him. Chris has demonstrated his numerous times with troll-created sweethearts, such as attempting to defend Julie from Clyde Cash in voice chat sessions, then driving all the way to Cleveland, Ohio, in his beliefs that she would be there. Chris has also attempted to shift the focus of weaning against Doopy to himself in his Twitter campaign, when in reality the situation, far less serious than he thought it was, could have been resolved had Chris simply quieted down. Avoiding trouble. In other instances, Chris will only act kindly to people to avoid getting into trouble. Whenever he tries to apologize to anyone, it's usually for reasons such as getting his PlayStation Network account back or an attempt to get back into places he was banned from. Personal benefit. In general, the reason for Chris's acting kindly towards others is his thinking that doing so is the best way to manipulate them into doing whatever he wants them to do. This is possibly due to his misunderstanding of simple etiquette and manners. Like, for example, if you try and do a good thing, you should be doing it for the right reasons. And Chris, obviously, it's a conflict of interest in more cases than not. How Chris demonstrates kindness. Apologizing. As mentioned above, Chris has a very limited understanding of empathy. On the rare occasions in which Chris admits his misdeeds and apologizes for them, ulterior motives are usually, if not always, present. This is in part to his upbringing and otherwise due to other things such as autism, all of which limit his ability to understand empathy. Curiously, Chris seems to lack the tendency to over-apologize for things, a trait known to be found in people on the spectrum, and normally will remain obstinate and particularly stubborn in his opinions unless forced to admit he was wrong, or if apologizing for some self-serving purpose. Using pet names. To refer to a gal pal in a kind, non-sexual manner, Chris will often refer to them as either darling or dear. However, since Chris obviously doesn't understand how creepy it is to refer to a girl he's just met on the internet as a darling, most girls who talk to Chris online will be set off by Chris's misuse of the word. Gift giving. Chris has shown several times his belief that kindness can be equated to simply furnishing others with luxuries such as video games, movies, comic books, and other such gifts. Yeah, that's called just buying friendship. It doesn't work like that, Chris. You know, OnlyFans is only just a website. It's not the real world. Not realizing that charity alone is not the only virtue required to be considered kind. Perhaps the most noticeable instance of this was during his friendship with Megan, in which he carried out a protracted program of gift-giving practically right up to the moment it all came crashing down. The idea guys manipulated this aspect of Chris's beliefs on kindness to have him be extorted into providing them with vast sums of money, alongside brand new video games and consoles, as revealed by invoices provided by Chris to the guard dogs during the early stages of Operation Kingsnake. And why Chris and Chris is still probably under the belief that they were gonna she was gonna get the money back in C-197. Genuine acts of kindness. During the Liquid Chris saga, Chris wanted to get Liquid arrested and therefore placing him in prison. However, after talking with Casey, he decided that he would hate to see you in jail out of respect and of care, because she would be heartbroken. It is worth mentioning, however, that in only a few seconds later, he threatens to get him tried in court, so this should be taken with a grain of salt. Chris once participated in raising funds for Alex Lemonade Stand, a charity program that works to raise awareness of childhood cancer. Although he did it in memory of his deceased father, who actually passed away as a result of a heart disease rather than cancer, it was still considered a positive contribution Chris did make to society. He also donated to the Red Cross in the wake of Hurricane Harvey in September of 2017. On a relatively minor note, Lucas of the Gameplace recalled Chris brought in his Wii for a tournament on the release of Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Bear in mind that this was one positive moment involving Chris that Lucas recollected, and Mims stated he felt Chris lacked any redeeming quality to speak of whatsoever. So, two conflicting opinions to say the least, eh? And, well, there we are, guys. What a conflicting and very bizarre, article that was. Because are we under the impression Chris is kind because Chris thinks that it's just the right thing to do? Or is Chris under the impression that being kind means you will be rewarded with anything you could ask for? Is this down ultimately to, well, the way Chris sees other people doing it via television? Or is this down to the fact that probably Chris was an incredibly spoiled child and it was just as a way of getting Chris on board? Sounds like crap parroting if you ask me, but then again, well, yeah, there's no other way. It's crap parroting. But with that being said, well, what do you guys think? But either way, be kind and look after each other because, well, I'm only saying this for your guys' benefit. Remember, this is not the Ellen DeGeneres show. And I will see all of you guys again later. Bye-bye. Hello there, everybody, and your second video of the day, or if you're just watching this for the first time, hello. And we continue Cwiki articles because this one is now focusing on Chris and negligence. And believe you me, guys, the train doesn't just stop just because we are off the beaten track. So let's get started, shall we? Oh yeah, big price items. Please buy those things so I can get this car worked on right now today. That's kind of just how Chris talks, by the way, but the reason, well, it should become obvious why Chris has to beg for things, but let's get to the point, shall we? Merriam-Webster defines negligence as failure to exercise the care that a reasonably prudent person would exercise in like circumstances. A negligent person frequently finds themselves in trouble caused by their own inability to identify a problem and deal with it properly. Chris is in no short supply of negligence, and it frequently leads him to trolling himself. Examples of Chris's negligence. There are several examples of Chris's negligence that have negatively impacted himself, his family, his community, and his fans. But most of all, himself. The effects of his negligence have ranged from letting his room go, to getting his eBay banned, to even possibly burning down his own house. Chris's failure to properly deal with problems often leads him into tricky situations that bring humorous responses. A significant portion of Chris's content can be attributed either directly or indirectly to his negligence. Vehiculars. Which, ironically, you could almost use the term vehiculars as, like, plural. There's more than one, so vehicles. I'm sorry, guys, I thought that was quite clever the way I phrased that. Anyways, Chris has a long history of vehicular struggles. His first car, the original Sonshu, went through horror, as it was revealed in October 2010 that he went well over a year without changing the oil. Unsurprisingly, the car didn't last much longer. Fast forwarding to 2018 in July, it became clear that Chris failed to learn his lesson. In a begging video, Chris revealed that his 2010 Ford Focus was heating up and wouldn't start. Despite fans sending him money to get the car fixed, it died 3 months later. It was reported by the captain that the car's engine was permanently broken, being that the car had only clocked up 110,000 miles, so it's likely that Chris's negligence was the cause of its untimely demise. 110,000 miles? Chris, I'm not joking, guys. A 2010 Ford Focus should be able to clock up like at least 400,000 miles before it's on its last legs. I'm sorry, there is no reason why it would die at a quarter of that. I am so sorry. What on earth did Chris do? Did Chris, put diesel when it was a petrol or something like that? Is that what happened? In 2021, a fan snapped a picture of the 4th iteration of Sonshu in the wild, featuring a dented rear door and smashed rear windshield with a plastic covering. Another fan texted Chris about the damage done to the van. Chris responded, revealing that he had backed into the trailer of a big rig. Yeah, that's resulting in that. And in case you're wondering how Chris somehow didn't manage to see it, well, that's probably a question Chris should be able to ask you, because it's an 8-ton big rig. It's not a packet of peanuts now, is it? Finances. We'll be covering more of this when it comes to Chris and money, but here we go. Beginning in 2014, Chris took to eBay as a means to supplement his tugboat. Capitalizing on his internet legacy, Chris began producing solitaire medallions, custom amiibo commissions, autographed photos, family heirlooms, relics of Fail, and several other items. Almost as soon as Chris started ramping up his eBay presence, buyers began complaining on eBay. Feedback is incredibly important. Anything short of 90% positive feedback is considered very poor. And if enough complaints are levied against a seller, eBay will take action. Chris struggled to maintain an 85% positive feedback percentage. Why is this the case, you may be saying? Well, get a load of this. Many buyers complained that Chris was taking too long to ship items, of items coming in broken due to faulty packaging, or of outright not receiving purchased items altogether. One buyer even reported being sent an empty envelope after purchasing a bootleg Pokemon game from Chris in March of 2018. So it wasn't even a legitimate game, and there wasn't even anything inside. What do you have to say about that, Chris? These complaints levied against Chris frequently caused his PayPal account to become frozen, preventing him from pulling funds out. This enraged Chris and resulted in him getting into scuffles with various buyers. One notorious example was when a buyer, referred to as Mr. Smith, opened up a dispute after Chris failed to make and ship a Solitude medallion and commission with the specified 2-week period that Chris had set out, resulting in Chris's PayPal account getting frozen. In response, Chris doxed the buyer on Facebook. In case you're wondering why anyone would do that, well, that is a good question. Chris then produced a send an art of an exasperated Sonichu, along with an angry-eyed Sonichu medallion. The buyer, refusing to lift the dispute until Chris sent the item described in the listing, eventually received a proper Sonichu medallion along with a full refund from eBay. Chris's eBay exploits eventually came to an end in June of 2019, as eBay finally restricted his accounts after years of complaints. In 2015, Chris began using Etsy as an alternative to eBay after breaking the site's rules too many times. Things went as per usual, until Chris purchased a PlayStation 4 in March 2016, which sucked his attention away from his Etsy orders and led to him ignoring several of them, often for months at a time. This caused his Etsy shop to be eventually shut down in June. Chris would return to Etsy, however, in 2020 with the help of Prater, but the quality of his shipments and items haven't improved much. What do you expect? Art. Or fart, as this should be. Chris has always viewed Sonichu and the series he headlines as his pride and joy, but to call his updates infrequent or inconsistent is an understatement. While personally attributing his slipshod schedule to the idea that his inspiration comes in and out, whatever that means, while on the surface is something that does affect those with creative persuasions, Chris has been known, however, to go vast lengths of time without any news on the progress of his work. The most glaring example of this was Sonichu issue 11, a book first mentioned and conceived in 2009, that was effectively abandoned twice over the staggering long course of its production. Once in 2010, the wake of the infamously divisive Sonichu issue 10, and again 5 years later, shortly after Chris summoned up all the willpower to dust off his work and after he was paid to produce more pages by 2 separate parties. A delay that lasted 2 more years with little in the way of clear explanation. In the Alec Benson Leary saga, over the course of numerous phone calls, Alec frequently took Chris to task for his lack of consistent work ethic. In particular, he emphasized the importance of keeping to a schedule to maintain a constant level of external interest in his output. There, he attributed his diminished productivity to the existence and pressure of outside stressors. More specifically, he pinned the blame for his creative drought on the existence of ads on the Wikipedia, the presence of which proved to be so troublesome that he couldn't stand to look at them, and hence couldn't use the site to upload his work. This simply proves how easy it is for Chris to be sidelined or to put off work simply because other factors make him feel vaguely uncomfortable. In the years since, he has often said that he hasn't taken up producing his comic due to the lingering presence of various external factors, all of which can be boiled down to stress, / just didn't really want to do them. Another likely reason for this crushing negligence, despite Chris's myriad explanations, is his lack of timeliness, is that Sonichu isn't a work that's held aloft by any real creative inspiration on his part. You know, if somebody ever said that about my work, I would have been absolutely crushed. But then again, I don't have any emotional attachment to my work whatsoever, so I don't. So there's that. Most of the time, it's a semi-autobiographical account of Chris's own life wearing the garb of a nonsensical fantasy realm. While the passing of his father in late 2011 doubtlessly impacted his drive, a combination of factors such as a lack of anything going on in his life anyway, lingering discomfort regarding the events of Solitude 10, and its perceived violation of his personal imaginary world, and Chris's own enduring laziness, even when paid $1,000 with the express purposes of making 100 new pages in mind, have ultimately led to his negligence smothering his creativity. Well, sort of, but when you get paid $1,000 to do 100 pages, you should be getting to work yesterday. Housefire. Perhaps among the most consequential events in history, many have speculated that the fire at the Chandler residence may have been caused indirectly by Chris. According to the person who leaked the fire report, the fire appears to have been caused by a spark from an extension cord running from the bathroom door, of which the plastic coating had been rubbed away. The report seems to corroborate this claim, indicating that the fire started from the downstairs bathroom. Chris had run an extension cord from the bathroom to power a Keurig machine in the hallway. Why there's a Keurig machine in the hallway is, with the amount of junk in the passageways, is a good question, which was plugged in at the time of the fire. How much of the blame that Bob shares for allowing the brazen fire hazard to exist, along with the Horde's role in the fire, however, is up for debate. Body. Surprisingly, absolutely nobody. One of the biggest things Chris's negligence has affected is himself. As mentioned plenty of times on this site, he has shown to not take anything close to good care of his hygiene or diet, no doubt causing various health problems that could potentially endanger his very life. One noticeable example is Chris's eating habits, where he rarely eats vegetables or fruit, and when he does, he usually adds something very unhealthy, coating it in sauce, sugar, salt, etc. Also worth noting is his well-known lack of showering, which combined with other factors makes him smell horrid. The causes of Chris's negligence. There are several potential causes of Chris's negligence. Perhaps the most apparent cause is Bob's own negligence. Several house tours of the Chandler residence shined a light on just how serious her hoarding problem had become. Bob seemed to have little regard for the squalor that she and Chris lived in. The hoard seemed to have started many years ago, but absolutely exploded after the death of Bob, who had at least some awareness of just how much of a dump the Chandler residence was. He even commented on this during the infamous "That Is My House" video from August 2009. I think it was about calling Chris's mom a pack rat or something like that. Another contributing factor could possibly be Chris's ego. Chris tends to see himself and everything he creates as flawless. In recent years, he has begun developing an outright God complex. It is entirely possible that this perceived flawlessness prevents Chris from being able to acknowledge any mistake he may make, causing problems for him down the road. These problems he enforces or encounters only further fuel his victim complex. And believe it or not, guys, it's as simple as that, because it literally does sort of come to an end right there. And listen, I could understand that Chris is not necessarily in the realm of rationality or anything like that, but what I do kind of find a little bit bizarre is the fact that Chris will frequently go on tangents to call himself an adult. Chris will continuously say that he is more than capable, but and here's the thing, I think Chris would have been absolutely fine, and Chris absolutely could have just done it if, Chris had accepted responsibility, because that's pretty much the root cause of all the problems we have in these across this entire article, is that Chris's failure to accept responsibility has resulted in responsibility also beginning to relinquish Chris, if that makes sense. Which is, again, all Chris would have had to have done is just say, you know what, I was wrong. Because you could always tell a lot about a person when they admit when they get things wrong. And I might have to do an entire like video essay, if you will, about responsibility, because before you realize it, guys, it will become very, very apparent about what happens when you don't look after yourself, and when you let an 8-year-old car only clocking up 110,000 miles and it completely kaputs. Are you kidding me? There is no again, that might be the most striking thing to me personally about watching this, because Chris, are you kidding? 110,000 miles? That's the best you got? What in the hell were you doing, Chris? And I personally couldn't see for myself, because again, I haven't had the results of the post-mortem. But there you go. And with all that being said, I'll see all of you guys next time. So look after yourselves. More than anything else, just look after yourselves and you'll do alright. Hello there, everybody, and I welcome all of you back to another Chris Chan Quickie reading for 2025. And interestingly enough, I did find out there were 2 new articles that were added this year, which, again, it's sort of a bit of a reason as to why I wanted to update these sorts of things yearly, because there's always new stuff that gets added every so often. And there's, like, for example, the 2 articles that were added were animals and AI. But we don't need to concern ourselves with them, because we have to concern ourselves with the main man today, Chris, and his personality, which this one should be pretty interesting. But since it's arguably what Chris actually is, based on like fundamentals and things that are, well, open to speculation, if you will, or open to things that people will just argue as opposed to reaching any sort of compromise. If you know, you know. So let's get to it. One's personality is a set of mental, emotional, and behavioral qualities that make up an individual's character. Studying personality is a key aspect of psychology, allowing experts to know what makes people the way they are. There are many methods for testing one's personality, with some backed by decades of scientific research, and others created by random people on Facebook to show ads. Chris's personality is quite eclectic. It is what draws countless people around the globe to study and follow his antics. He has spoken quite a bit on his own idea of his personality, but his own insight doesn't always jibe with reality. Nothing, he says, does, let's be fair. His personality has undergone quite the change since Bob's death, with some traits undergoing a full 180. Is it down to freedom? Well, you tell me. But let's get to it. Disclaimer. Personality testing is a controversial field, to say the least. With few tests used universally within the scientific community, even the famous Myers-Briggs test, while useful for rough workplace assessments, is somewhat vague. In fact, actually, ironically, I had to even undergo one of these things, and it was a bit of a bizarre thing to do, but I wondered what benefit, well, what did it mean in terms of, like, well, how were they going to view what I did then? Or how that affects my work now? It misses key areas like creativity and openness, and people who take the test often get different results over time. The closest thing to a gold standard is the Big Five or Ocean test. This article discusses various aspects of Chris's personality, but is not to be taken as a substitute for an actual psyche of all. And we might, again, I sort of want to get another channel going specifically discussing psychology and stuff like that, but that's going to be a subject for another day. In the meantime, introversion versus extroversion. Chris has described himself as being introverted and extroverted. Confused already? Well, prepare to be, because it gets even more than that. He has shown traits of both introversion and extroversion over the years. It should be noted that few people are 100% introverted or extroverted. It is more akin to a spectrum which people fall on. People can also react differently to different contexts, such as a casual one-on-one hangout versus a large crowd. In high school, Chris appears to have been fairly introverted, though he had strong drive to be extroverted and outgoing. A leaked icebreaker worksheet shows that Chris only talked to 7 of his classmates. They were all female. Despite trying to later hold a high school reunion, in the Song of Christian, a 16-year-old Chris describes having few friends and how his loneliness is off the scale. Even with the social prestige of being a water boy to the school basketball team and his gal pals, Chris took his mom to the school prom. Nearly 10 years after the prom, Chris talked about feeling like an outcast at the prom. However, his highlight of the evening was when one of his gal pals felt sorry for him and pulled him onto the dance floor. This dance felt like hours to Chris. It was just about the only time he actually got to be close to someone he actually wanted to be with or surround himself with. Around the time of discovery by Encyclopedia Dramatica, Chris was mainly an introvert. He kept to himself and barely spoke to anyone but his sweetheart. He joined most public chats in both text and voice forms only after being goaded by his current sweetheart, or a troll. And even in these chats, he didn't converse a lot, and only answer questions directed towards him. Even while playing video games, he mostly stuck to playing single-player games such as God of War, Pokemon, Sonic, and Animal Crossing. Any multiplayer game he did play was mostly with his sweetheart like Little Big Planet and Burnout Paradise, before his discovery when he frequented the game place, which mostly kept to himself and Megan, and rarely interacted with other people except during card games. Classic Chris would clearly fall on the introvert side of the spectrum, but he isn't a full-on introvert. He did visit an anime expo in 2004 and 2005. New Chris, however, would easily fall on the extrovert side since 2017, as he started publicly responding to people, started playing multiplayer and co-op games such as Tetris 99 and Payday 2, visited multiple conventions like BronyCon, OmegaCon, BabsCon, and the Too Many Games Expo. Though the less said about Too Many Games, the better. Unless, of course, we're going to be using it as an expose on what not to do. He has also started streaming videos and answering questions his fans have. He has also joined public and private Discord groups, though his interaction with other humans in them is limited. On Twitter, he has started interacting, although poorly, to a ton of people ranging from artists to enablers. Kindness and respect. While Chris may strive to be kind, his efforts often fall flat and instead come across as annoying, overwhelming, or creepy. Chris at least shows he makes an effort to look like a kind person, but looks can be very deceiving, as we all know. And he has referred to himself as the kind and compassionate Glistine Chandler, as Chris continues to, again, sound like a constipated turkey, and I will never get tired of saying that because it's true. But saying you're kind and actually being kind are two very different things. See? Many of Chris's attempts at being kind, from calling complete strangers darling to kissing guys he just met, are a clear violation of others' boundaries and easily make people feel uncomfortable. If Chris, for example, ever went on Jimmy Fallon's program, I reckon Jimmy would absolutely dropkick Chris, because Jimmy Fallon absolutely hates having his personal space violated, and you can see it for yourself. There are clips on YouTube and stuff like that where he is very, very upset when anybody touches him without asking and stuff like that. Also, you just don't do it. There are some things in this world that just make sense because, well, they make sense. There are also some things you just straight up don't do. Like go to Las Vegas in August, or touch people without their consent. Ironically, his attempts can be quite unkind, particularly in how forceful they are. To his credit, though, Chris did raise funds for Alex's cancer charity, Alex's Lemonade Stand, in June of 2012, as well as donating to the Red Cross after Hurricane Harvey in September 2017. And he also donated his weed to his church for the homeless, and he even volunteered to actually work to feed the homeless people soup as a soup kitchen. Which, credit where it's due, I'm sure it was probably an attempt to do something different, but different does not always mean for the better. It just means something you don't usually do. Empathy versus antipathy. Again, anger, or rage, as well as T-rage as the trolls call it, is a defining feature of Chris's personality. Also notable is his lack of empathy beyond the point where it can be autism related. While autistic people often struggle with cognitive empathy, the ability to know what someone is feeling, again, I wish they could maybe update this part, because that's kind of a bit of a brazen statement written by people who probably aren't even autistic, but what do I know about who writes this or not? They generally have lots of emotional empathy, the ability to feel what someone is feeling after finding out. Chris, however, lacks both, even when told or when Chris simply can't just read the room. Ignoring others' feelings even after they directly state them. Chris generally utilizes apologies as a performative tool to placate others and to persuade them to either leave him alone or give him what he wants. On the few occasions Chris does demonstrate what appears to be genuine remorse or grief, he still tends to either ignore or only broadly addresses issues at the heart of the matter, or shift the blame onto others. And in what is perhaps his most infamous example of a tearful apology, a stroke of blissful happenstance was enough to completely erase any lingering feelings of sorrow that Chris may have had. Indeed, it galvanized him enough that he indirectly mocked the target of his past apologies instead. I'm not sure how you managed to do that, but that's quite most infamous example, Quick is sad. Or red letter Quick certified day. While Chris is not utterly incapable of feeling empathy, he has repeatedly demonstrated difficulty in constructing meaningful, sincere apologies for his misdeeds. This is, in part, due to his condition, and accordingly due to how some of his previous statements intended to redress the grievances of others have been constructed. Having been raised on a steady diet of assorted television programs ever since childhood, and having experienced little in the way of meaningful social interaction ever since his days at Manchester High, Chris seemingly relies on his experience with media to assist him in many social situations, and apologies are no exception. When Chris attempts to make amends, he often hinders his own efforts with his delivery. His manner of speech is monotonous, and often without any real emotion in such instances, with him appearing to do his level best to appear dejected and put upon, an illusion that is shattered the moment he asks for a ban to be lifted because he wants to buy things, for instance. When he feels it necessary, he will also score his videos with a background track, a tactic likely employed in this case to get the recipient to feel sorry for him and understand his point of view. For example, Chris tried to apologize to Casey in the fallout of the Casey father call, when Chris put, I think it was Foreigner he put on in the background, something to do with love, and Chris just weepily saying he loves Casey over and over again. This approach is possibly inspired by the media that Chris has consumed. Heartfelt moments call for fitting music, and so he sees it the right thing to do, rather than an instance of blatant emotional manipulation. The other, more noticeable aspect of this, however, is that on many occasions, Chris displays an apparent inability to understand what he did wrong, even after having his mistakes explained to him. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the Alec Benson Leary saga, where over the course of a number of telephone conversations, Chris was repeatedly urged to apologize for his actions. that were explicitly read out to Chris on 2 separate occasions. The videos that followed these calls, already hampered by his flat, detached effect, did not address several of these wrongs. In some cases, they created new ones altogether. And those that were brought up were only spoken of briefly, with an absolute minimum of any emotion whatever. In the 7th call between the two, Alec would directly accuse Chris of not understanding his faults. This eventually culminated in the highly controversial Sonnet 10, in which Chris has comic representations of Alec and his friends be brutally murdered by his gaggle of OCs and Sonnet clones. While he would later revise the ending of the issue, at the time he staunchly defended himself, proving that, like with most aspects of social grace, Chris is perfectly willing to rain on past apologies and promises if it benefits only him, or to spite others who prove themselves a nuisance to him and his work. In a video published shortly before the comic's release, he backpedaled and claimed he was taking a stand against Alec and his associates, and that he never wanted to kill Simona Rosechew, a controversial character cribbed from an OC made by Evan, a friend of Alec's, characterizing Evan's request for apology and to stop using his work as blackmail. And in the 9th and final call with Alec, he blatantly backtracked on several phone calls and 2 apology videos worth of statements, admitting to believing that Simona was and is only belonged to him. And when called out for his execution of the Asperpedia 4, he responded that requesting the death of one of his characters comes with a price. Now, while Chris may be fickle when it comes to apologies and their sincerity, like all of them, however, he has a much easier time committing himself to hating people, especially if he believes they have wronged him gravely. 2 wrongs make a right, it would seem. The 2 most enduring examples of his unyielding scorn are perhaps Mary Lee Walsh and one Michael Snyder. The former for the crime of destroying a sign in an effort to stop one of her college's pupils from loitering on school grounds in an attempt to solicit sex from students, was transformed into the first villain of the Sonnet comic series, made into a target of ridicule and mockery, and was sent intimidating drawings by Chris. The final straw in a series of missteps that saw him suspended from PVCC for a year, although Chris would later try to change her image within the comics and even considering reconciling with her in reality, going as far as deliver a framed version of his formal apology to her office himself. What happens next was really interesting, because Chris still views the process of reconciliation through the lens of Chris forgiving Mary for her past misdeeds, and when his attempt at delivering an apology was met with the Dean contacting Chris's parents and asking them to ensure Chris remained away from the campus permanently under the threat of legal summons, he was swift to do what he always did, labeling her as the architect of all his misery and deserving of whatever ill fortune may befall her. This bitter hatred burned for years, after surfacing most prominently in 2013, in which Chris blamed her and other parties for his life being the way it is in a series of Facebook rants. Mary Lee Walsh retired in 2019, whereupon Chris uncharacteristically wished her a peaceful life until her time of passing, but not without offering constructive criticism on how she could have better spoken to him. Chris is pretty good at holding grudges, it would seem. Michael Snyder, on the other hand, has not been as fortunate by comparison. A constant target of Chris's wrath and a subject of his conspiratorial ramblings, Chris has spared extremely little in the way of pity or understanding for Snyder and his actions. Chris has commonly regarded Snyder as the other architect of all his misery, going so far as to accuse him of being a grasping, conniving schemer, inexplicably conspiring with the Greene County School Board to ban him from the game place. and claiming that he didn't even know why he had been barred from the store when Snyder himself, and accounts of Chris's interactions with Snyder, make it clear that Chris's own behavior was the cause. These feelings of antipathy only intensified after the 28th of October 2011, an incident which Chris has come to believe was entirely staged and grossly exaggerated by Snyder. Despite Snyder showing remarkable leniency towards both Chris and his mother in the subsequent legal proceedings, motioning for their sentences to be reduced to misdemeanors, Chris was not at all humbled by this impossibly gracious act of mercy. He went on to blame Snyder as the root cause for the Chandlers' financial crises, rather than spending the entirety of Bob's inheritance on an expensive lawyer, and in the year since then his venom has not been abated. In June 2021, a full 13 years after being banned from the premises of a now defunct hobby store, Chris listed Snyder as being among the worst negative influences on his life. And Snyder will continue to sleep perfectly fine at night, knowing that he did absolutely the right thing and did not deserve any of this BS from Chris. I mean, I would have done exactly the same thing, and although I probably wouldn't have been as merciful considering, what they both did. Openness versus obstinacy. In psychology, openness is a person's receptivity to new or unfamiliar experiences and ideas, including changes. A lot of Chris's closed-mindedness can be attributed to his autism, as autistic people find comfort in predictable routines and are often averse to changes, both major and minor. It is to be noted that no person is completely open to change and no person is completely against it. People tend to be open regarding views to things that don't matter to them and like to remain closed about topics that are close to them. Chris is no exception. Chris is not very open to thoughts that differ from his. He rejects opinions and actual scientific facts if they do not match his beliefs. When he used to hate the LGBT community, he would find any excuse he could to rail against homosexuals. His hatred proved so overwhelming that the mere action of saying the word gay was a task he found discomforting. He had also gone to the point where he rejected the fact that Asperger's syndrome is a form of autism just because he didn't like it, perceiving it as not being real autism, and that those who had it were merely trying to take the limelight away from true autistic people. After he came out as a transgender, he became much more open to the LGBTQ community and accepted them as equals. But his obstinacy has merely shifted topics. For example, his belief in the dimensional merge remains steadfast, and he is quick to dismiss anyone who tells him otherwise. He openly rejects proof that the merge isn't happening and cherry-picks minor incidents that seem to support his agenda. He is also quick to use his identification as someone within the LGBTQ community as grounds for accusations of discrimination whenever he finds himself prevented doing from what he wants by powers beyond his ability to influence or bargain with, a position that he is rarely talked down to from talking. Similarly, for a number of years, Chris held a potent hatred towards the Xbox line of gaming consoles. His explanations for this antipathy were often lacking and occasionally incoherent, but most accounts point to his aversion to the Xbox Live service around the time of the PS3 and Wii's prominence. His explanation then was that the Xbox was a poor investment because its competitors offered free Wi-Fi services, seemingly oblivious to the existence of free accounts that could access most Wii Wi-Fi features outside of online play. Also because the Wii and the PS3 didn't have the red ring of death either. So there's that. However, it should be noted that Chris is quick to facilitate in this regard, especially if he believes there is something in it for him. taking an incredibly rapid about turn in his behavior to placate others. Later, in a bid to impress Jackie, he would admit that his arguments against Microsoft's machine were both from a lack of experience. He confessed that he had never owned an original Xbox and only ever used an Xbox 360 at a booth twice. And they left him with no leg to stand on. Which is actually kind of interesting because the same thing goes for when Chris heavily criticized Jim Carrey for playing Dr. Robotnik in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie. And yet when Chris finally went to see the movie, all complaints seem to have stopped. So it's only until Chris actually tries anything, then he can actually form an opinion about it. That's like very, very basic stuff, but it also just highlights the fact that Chris's obstinance is sort of more akin to something the logic a child might follow. Anyway, with Chris divulging that this reason for his hatred of the console was not simply zealous brand loyalty, but him being unable to afford an Xbox, being envious of those who had the ability to do so, despite the fact that Chris had plenty of consoles and plenty of games already, and this just looked like petulant greediness. Despite this, he would later relapse at the height of the latest round of console wars between the PS4 and the Xbox One. Or shall I say the PS4 and the Switch. The Xbox One wasn't really an issue, to be honest. But once more he changed his tune, seemingly unprompted. He revealed himself as a gold account owner in November 2017, and since then has not had a single bad word to say about the game console he once despised with remarkable intensity. Hence, this is also a case of Chris demonstrating a bizarre degree of sudden openness towards something he claimed to hate. He has shown identical behavior towards other things, chief among which, initially served to arouse his ire, yet eventually came around to be counted among his obsessions. Equestria Girls chief among them, with Chris going from hating the very idea of the show in May 2013 to naming the franchise-launching film as his second favourite movie of all time a mere 3 months later. Exactly. Chris and personality tests. Being a social media addict who also likes magical thinking, it's no surprise that Chris is a fan of personality tests. He has taken many over the years, and here are a few just a few of them. A Magic, the Gathering quiz, to find out that he is most like the white color typing, as each color associated with certain personality traits. The white type is associated with law and order, being the good guy beating up the bad guy. This seems to indicate that Chris held to his idealistic views of good and evil, and wasn't being very true and honest in the test, since he is very anti-law when it stops him from doing whatever he wants to do. A 16 personalities test, an online version of the Myers-Briggs test to determine what his MBTI was. His personality type is ENFJ-T. He also did the same for Magi-chan, who is apparently ENFJ-A. There is also, by the way, one of those Magic the Gathering, one of those Dungeons and Dragons personality, which gives you a personality between, lawful good and chaotic evil. And for those curious, I came up as chaotic neutral, verging towards more true neutral and neutral good. I think the it seemed to explain that it said that I had no investment whatsoever in emotions, even towards the things that I would be motivated by my own actions. So it's more like chaotic A neutral. I do things without more based on more just the foreknowledge of what I was doing, by almost in a mechanical sort of sense. It makes for good reading, if for nothing else, because it's interesting to hear what they come out with. And, you can write a few really good characters if you want to do stuff like that. depending on how you feel and depending what you do for it, it's a pretty interesting experience. Dissociative identity disorder. Due to Chris's more recent behaviors, such as a belief in spirit possession and the manifestations of cartoon characters, Chris may indeed now have a mild trauma-induced strain of dissociative identity disorder, a mental disorder categorized by the maintenance of at least 2 distinct and relatively enduring personality states. This is most likely connected to manipulation from the idea guys and other traumas in his youth due to the mistreatment of those with ASD in a clinical and social environment. It is unknown how real the characters are to Chris, but he seems very adamant that they are real and manifest physically. The main indicators of DID that Chris displays are daydreaming. Chris often mentions daydreaming as a form of meditation, during which Chris can visit Quickville, Chris's imaginary city where he is the overlord, imaginary friends. Chris has a belief that all comic book characters are real people, as autonomous as any human, and that these characters exist in the real world and speak to him in his head. Reality/fantasy overlap. Chris not only believes that the fantasy world of cartoons is real, but that one day it will merge with reality, and that already characters like Sonichu, Mewtwo, and Magi-chan have manifested themselves physically. Transitional objects as self. Chris often emotionally attached to himself to objects, resulting in hoarding. But the place in which this behavior is most prevalent is with his character Sonichu. Chris identifies as mother, previously father, of Sonichu, and indeed all Sonichus, which results in him being protective of them, causing making things like putting them in danger in the comics seem immoral to him. Time loss. Due to Chris's reportedly long daydreaming sessions and poor memory associated with them, and his frequent and aggressive habit of lying, it can be suspected that this is a result of DID, and the ability to cut off from pain and an awareness of danger. Chris's peculiar approach to emotional pain, namely that he'll randomly cut off from it totally, can be ascribed partially to ASD. But there is also a chance it is also a symptom of some form of DID. Chris will produce very random responses to Troll's efforts to destroy things that are close to him, or to kill those close to him, sometimes resulting in Chris showing little to no signs of caring in the slightest. With this evidence, particularly noting the trauma that Chris must have received from the idea guy's manipulations, and Chris's current beliefs about the existence of imaginary places and people, and their ability to possess him, one may conclude that Chris having a mild form of DID is likely. Christian versus Christopher. For 2 days in August 2009, Chris tried to convince Casey and the rest of his fans that he had dissociative identity disorder, a mental disorder categorized by the maintenance of at least 2 distinct and relatively enduring personality states. Of these personalities, one was named Christopher and the other named Christian, as demonstrated in a video from the time. The video's original subject was quickly derailed by Christopher, Chris's more repressed personality, by interrupting Christian mid-sentence, and having a free-flowing sentence with Christian, something which is almost impossible for someone with DID to do. Due to usually not sharing memories or surfacing at the time, Chris did not end up managing to fool anyone into believing he had the disorder, and Casey reprimanded him for pretending to have DID and lying to her. Chris apologized and said he made it up to fuel the trolls, which still leaves one to wonder why he tried to convince Casey that it was true. Because at least certainly at the time, Chris certainly didn't believe at any point that, Casey was a troll. So there is also that. And yeah, on a sort of like a bit of a damp squib to say the least, but that is where we are going to leave it for today. Now, I know it seemed a bit of an unceremonious way to end it, but I think the most interesting aspect of this whole article, if you will, is the fact that, well, Chris is a very hard nut to crack, and maybe we ought to do sort of like our own little test. Maybe I'll do one for myself, just to prove that I'm not biased. I might even do one based on the Dungeons and Dragons format that I said earlier, because it seems as if Chris is, well, I think the way I could phrase is that Chris, like everything else that happens in Chris's life, is that if Chris could honestly say that he despises work and that he has to do as little as possible, would be not too short of the mark, because Chris carved out a very comfortable niche for himself. He's made a very, very comfortable bed to lie in, and doesn't really feel grateful, gratified whenever he's inconvenienced to actually interact and do things beyond going to bed in the real world. Sometimes I think it's as a result of laziness. Sometimes I think it's from the result that Chris legitimately does not want to do anything, which may be more linked to something a bit more serious, but unfortunately, well, it's one of those slices of life, guys, where you've got to be responsible. You've got to be the one to take it up on yourself. If you should know fine well when is the right time to do something. If you are, if you feel the kosh under something, and you have the responsibility to do the right thing, because that's something you can't be taught. It's something you have to do for yourself. But nobody really tells you when that time comes. But you will know it when you are ready to start doing it for yourself. But with all that being said, I'll see all of you guys again later. Take care. Hello everybody, and a huge welcome back. So, this is, well, none other than Chris and Remorse. But here's a little crash course on remorse, guys. The things you legitimately regret about life. Now let me just paraphrase this before we go any further. There are things we regret. There are things we don't regret. There are things that we regret doing at the time because we didn't think things through. There are also things in which we simply just don't think about whatsoever. And some of the things that ironically turn out for the best in a very ironic sort of way. The problem when it comes to Chris is that if you want Chris to, well, if you're expecting Chris to apologize for the things that he does, the problem with this is that, well, in order to do this, Chris has to understand what exactly he's done wrong. It's not good enough for other people to point out that, hitting people with their vehicles is wrong, or sleeping with your own mother and bragging about it is wrong. So, when it comes to stuff like that, because Chris is extraordinarily delusional, it's hard to suggest if, well, Chris is ever going to, like, break the mold or the cycle, because if Chris doesn't think he's done anything wrong, then why on earth would he apologize for it? Why would anybody apologize when they don't think they've done anything wrong? Sadly, however, there are things that Chris does that he knows fine well are wrong, but he will go through with them anyway. And what you're about to see is, well, basically evidence to support this claim. So, let's get started, shall we? Please just forget about me in total. Please disband all online groups and individuals' hatreds against me. Please remove everything about me off of the internet, your minds and your hearts. This is Chris after making a public apology on Facebook. Notice that Chris uses the word please 3 times in this quote, as though Chris is under the illusion that saying this is magic. Also, he's malicious. Well, this is from No, and it's one of my absolute favourite quotes that is attributed to the whole Chris Chan story. He's malicious. He knows that doing these things are wrong, and he doesn't care, because if he gets away with it, that's all that matters. This is No recounting a revelation that he had about Chris during their final interaction. For extra context, this is when Chris texted No at 3 a.m. saying, "No, it's okay. I sorted it out with Bella. She got in touch with Wildcat, and she says that it was a misunderstanding because the trolls managed to get hold of her email and leaked the phone call about Chris admitting to sleeping with his own mother." And all the while, Chris was still... whilst people were trying to ask why would Chris do this, because Chris must understand that incest is wrong, despite the fact that Chris brags about it for so many years, and other people telling him that you're preaching something very, very dangerous. But, well, because the implication with this is that if Bella didn't if Bella didn't leak the call, then Chris would have gotten away with it, and, well, there's that. Every so often, one of Chris's less flattering deeds catches up with him, and he is forced to apologize. These apologies, like most of the other times Chris tries to come off as emotional, often feel forced and insincere, leading many trolls to wonder if Chris is even capable of feeling remorse. It's not out of the question. A common trait of autism is a lack of cognitive empathy. I give a nickel every time I heard that, meaning it's likely that Chris has a difficult time trying to understand what other people feel. That's no excuse, by the way, even if that was the rule for all people on the spectrum, which it isn't. Time and time again, he's shown himself unable to understand others' feelings of loss or sadness. He seems equally incapable of understanding how his actions could possibly hurt or anger others. Additionally, Chris is also shown to be incapable of sharing the emotional experiences of others being affected by them, and being able to respond with an appropriate emotion due to his narcissism. This ultimately shows that Chris is incapable of understanding and feeling other people's emotional states. When he is expected to show remorse, it often seems as though he is just going through the motions, making the absolute minimum effort to get whoever he has upset to stop pestering him, so he can go back to his oblivious existence playing the PS3. And nowhere is this more apparent than in Chris's long-awaited apology to Ren Naognatsu Natesurk. I almost don't really feel like it's... and I have become, and I feel myself... You see, I'm not going to read this because for one simple reason. When you're apologizing to somebody, you don't make it about you. You make it... you get straight to the point. You say what happened. You say what you did wrong. You ask you apologize for what you've done, and you will say, "I hope you can forgive me for what I have done." Keep it short and to the point. This, and I've literally scanned read this for 2 seconds. Everything that goes on here is Chris trying to justify his behavior, starting with deep breath and sigh. When you put in sigh and then start apologizing, it seems as though you're almost doing it. You're not doing it because you know it's the right thing to do. It's like you've been strong-armed into it. When of course Chris isn't being strong-armed into it. So no, that's... And Chris's apologies always come off like this, both in universe and in the real world. Anyway, let's continue. Concept of wrongdoing. Developing an understanding of right and wrong is an important part of a child's development. Very young children don't take into consideration what is ethically the right or wrong thing to do. They base their actions on whether they are punished or rewarded before they eventually internalize a consistent value system and learn to police their own behavior. AKA, kids are little sociopaths until they are taught not to be sociopaths. Chris, however, seems to be stuck in the former, childlike state. If something makes him feel bad, or if experience tells him he'll get in trouble for doing something, it must be wrong. If it makes him feel good or looks like it could have potential rewards, it must be right. Other considerations, such as what his supposed fave prescribes, or how this will affect others, simply do not rank. An excellent example would be how Chris managed to destroy his relationship with Megan Schroeder. Chris was at war with the Encyclopedia Dramatica, who were, among other things, calling him gay. In an attempt to disprove their allegations, Chris uploaded a certain image to his website, apparently under the belief that that sort of information overload would get them to shut up. When the denizens of ED assumed the image was of Crystal, Chris was quick to correct them. At no point did he even consider Megan's feelings. Yeah, well, exactly, because it comes as a pretty shocking violation. When she called him out, Chris didn't realize he had done anything wrong and assumed she was merely upset because she didn't watch enough porn. I understand, by the way, this is Chris. I understand you may or may not have had much exposure to sexual images, as I've had. So the idea of a hand job, which is not what Chris does, which was the act drawn there, as part of outer course versus intercourse, was a surprise to you. I'm sorry. That's not that. Now, yes, of course, Megan. I suspect if Chris actually had well, here's the thing. Chris should have known better not to have done this in the first place. Honestly, guys, if somebody did that to me, if I was Megan in that situation, outside of not accepting Chris's apology, I would have kicked him in the nuts. As such, Chris isn't really capable of remorse or a sincere apology. The natural precursor to an apology is the internal realization that one has done something wrong. A realization that Chris's childish, self-centered mindset will not allow him to reach. In his mind, he's done something wrong only when the people around him react negatively. Furthermore, as a rule, he assumes that their reaction is just the result of some misunderstanding, reasoning that if he were just given the chance to explain what he was trying to accomplish, they would understand and all would be forgiven. Judging by his plea for a hobby store's manager to forgive and forget, it's very likely that Chris still operates on kindergarten-level moral philosophy, in that he expects recipients of his apologies to immediately retract their disapproval and let him off the hook, which he might have experienced since it's a common scenario with smaller children and authority figures. Despite being a grown adult, though, not realizing such a thing no longer applies to social situations after a certain point. Given his track record for selfishness, issues with growing up, and resistance to change, that would come as no surprise. Moreover, Chris doesn't seem to understand that the purpose of an apology is essentially a promise not to repeat whichever negative behavior led to recompense in the first place, instead seemingly interpreting it as a magic phrase to clear his slate, so he can continue his self-serving endeavors unimpeded. And bear in mind, this is also the case with the gameplays, is that Chris made life very difficult for a lot of patrons who went there, so it wasn't exactly as if Chris was going to be let off the hook just to have, Michael Snyder say, okay, fair enough. I mean, we know this isn't the first time, and we know that your track record is very dubious and very harmful to our business, so yeah, of course you could come back in about 1,000 years. Motivation to apologize. As explained above, Chris's logic when it comes to matters of right and wrong is almost wholly reactionary. His rationale for apologizing follows the same pattern. He issues them only when they made fully aware that he won't get what he wants unless he at least tries to appear genuinely remorseful. Every apology Chris has ever made can be immediately connected to something Chris wants, and thinks he'll get it if he says the magic words, "I'm sorry." We almost never have to guess what that thing might be. He almost always mentions his desired goal in the same paragraph, sometimes even in the next sentence. I wish to apologize to Michael Snyder for that mistake I made over 9 months ago that got me kicked out of the game place. I miss my Friday nights there, and also, y'all are the only place in the town that has any Eye of Judgment cars. This is... You may argue, well, it's not really about whether or not you want Chris's custom, because they probably don't. I don't think that Michael Snyder would have looked at this and said, it's not worth it, because if we just let, because goodness knows how many other how many other people do you think Michael Snyder blacklisted during his stint? I honestly couldn't tell you, but I couldn't have. I honestly think it's probably a lot more people than Chris. Or maybe not. Maybe it literally was just Chris that was blacklisted. Also, there's what Chris says to Vivian G. here, right here. Now that I finally have peace of mind, I apologize for the past unformalities and emotional outbursts in past communications. I have decided I will fully approve your continued audiobooks and sales, but in return, I ask for 25% of all the money changed to USA currency you have and will have made from all that you have put together and sold, as well as 2 copies of each CD/DVD of the audiobooks. I'm going to stop you right there, Chris, because if you had a patent and you already had like copyright over Sonichu, then honestly you would have just filed, got a solicitor involved immediately anyway. Which we know fine well Chris is the guy. We'll discuss that in more detail when we discuss about the actual copyright for Sonichu. But lo and behold, Chris does not have a leg to stand on, because this whole thing reads, I'm sorry, now give me the money. Because Chris, at one point, literally sent out very, very expletive emails to Vivian, and, well, it hardly seems as though, well, Vivian was ever going to play ball then. Certainly not now. Also, I apologize for the past unformalities and yeah, okay, so we just did that. Chris apologized for sending Vivian a death threat so that she'll pay him. Yeah. Because Chris's apologies spring from this simplistic cause and effect mentality, things tend to get interesting when whoever he's insulting them to tells him that he is... I'm going to read that again. Because Chris's apologies spring from this simplistic cause and effect mentality, things tend to get interesting when whoever he's issuing them to tells him that all is not well and that he is not forgiven. In one notable case, he admitted to ungentlemanly conduct regarding his feud with Asperchu. It was a fairly obvious attempt to get certain ads removed from the Wikipedia, so conflicts of interest would suggest that don't give Chris what he wants. But notably, he announced his intention to kill off the character of Simona Rosedew, in accordance with her creator's wishes. He didn't act quickly enough, and Wikipedia was taken down from the web altogether. Although his anger was understandable, Chris revealed in his next video that he had never intended to kill Simona in the first place, and that the apology was not true and honest. We had all suspected as such. But it's nice to get a confirmation once in a while. After the Wikipedia returned, he did indeed kill Simona, but only under pressure and in the most contrived, dull yet very lolsy way possible. The one apology that arguably highlights Chris's insincerity the most is his in-comic apology to the Asperpedia 4, which takes place while condemning them to death. As you do. The cognitive dissonance this creates would be overwhelming to any sane person. But for some reason, Chris thought that this ludicrous non-apologetic apology was both okay and that the recipients would accept it as genuine, as they're being put to death. This is not North Korea, Chris. Actually, to be honest, the more I think about it, maybe Quickville is like mini North Korea. In that very same issue, in fact, Chris at one point sheds a tear after sealing up the populated 4centgarbage.com building and destroying it. You know, because faking remorse with crocodile tears totally justifies mass murder. Well, the only way that can make it even more insane is if Chris literally, like, turned around and says, why did they make me do this? Kind of like that one meme from Eric Andre where he turns around, shoots Diablo Cody and says, why did they make me do that? Yeah, if you know, you know. Chris's sincerity can also be seen in Chris's misadventures with the Wallflower. When the shit hit the fan and she cut off all ties with him, he made his usual pathetic display of sorrow. making it very clear in the process that he had only wanted her for sex. What a gentleman. When his apology failed to work as planned, Chris became very angry and spiteful, and started demanding that she apologize for hurting his feelings. Another came from his apology note on his Facebook, discovered in October 2012. In it, he seemingly came to the realization that he had massively messed up, that about as many laughs had been gotten from him as possible, and that he was sorry for it all happening in the first place. Surprisingly, it was a very well-written, unselfish apology that would seem somewhat convincing. Right until he demanded that all instances of trolling and websites dedicated to him be stopped and removed, and there was absolutely no mention made of him making any attempt to straighten up. All he wanted was all the bad stuff about him removed so that he could feel better about himself. Had he not included that, people might have actually taken him seriously, but as usual, he had to completely med himself all over. Common traits of a quick apology. Explanation. One recurring element in Chris's admissions of guilt is an explanation of why he did whatever he's apologizing for. The way these speeches are worded often indicates that Chris believes that if we just understood his intentions, we would all agree with him and that nobody would be offended. Quite the opposite happens when you think about it like that. A famous example appears in the Captain's Log, Stardate April 28th, 2009 video. Chris explains that, yes, he videotaped himself performing a selection of disturbing sex acts, but it was all for his sweetheart Ivy, and this evidently renders his actions understandable and acceptable. Supposedly speaking to a young child who was deeply disturbed by his behavior, he tells her that his behavior was perfectly reasonable because he is both an adult and human. Sorry, I had to literally knock myself back into touch after hearing that. Good lord, that was stupid. This combination of warped logic and an even more warped worldview was a crucial component of his breakthrough into mainstream infamy. Another good example would be the time he used the worst terrorist attack in American history for an exceedingly bad joke. After learning that Casey came from a military family, Chris did what was expected of him and made a public apology video. However, he was more concerned with continuing to slander Clyde Cash and assuring us that he was a good American, although he didn't know the words to his own national anthem, than with actually expressing remorse and making an attempt at recompense. Mind you, just to showcase to you like how bad it was, I'm pretty sure the video is like still up on the internet, by the way, but can I well, is it possible? Let's get the actual like video up on YouTube, because I'm pretty sure it's still up here somewhere. And yes, by the way, Chris really did this. And here's the thing, oh, okay, so it's not the original. That's actually let's is the original video. Oh, okay, so maybe it is up there. So his old IBH. Let me teach you about sex. Remember Ivy Part 1. Rolling and trolling. Look at that, 209,000 views 15 years ago. It's actually kind of amazing that anyway, whatever. That's okay. So basically, you have to remember is that the backlash that Chris actually received from doing those videos was also exponential. And I wonder if somebody possibly could have legitimately like made a comment saying that they would tell his parents about this. I have no idea why. I have nothing to base that off of. But then again, Chris did leak his number and his home phone number, and they know where he lives as well. The joke was mainly directed to how weak Clyde Cash was only. I had no idea or intention of offending anyone other than Clyde. on such a worldwide level. On a massive worldwide level. Chris, but then again, this one seems really weak in the grand scheme of things. What do you mean you had no idea, Chris? You do know. What do you think made 9/11 so tragic in the first place? I think nobody bothered to tell Chris that, because I think it was... Moving on. Within the same video, he changed the Photoshop he'd done of the World Trade Center towers into birthday candles. That he saw no problem in presenting an image of the two buildings on fire and repeatedly calling them weak while he asserted his dominance, and that he was a good American, proves that he completely missed the point of what he was supposed to be apologizing for. Also, Chris does the entire video with his camera pointed at his monitor. You don't even see Chris's face. So how do we even know it was true and honest? Because nothing Chris says is true and honest. It's all fabricated. Because Chris is far more concerned about getting one over on the trolls by playing their game than Chris ever was at saving his own reputation, his dignity, or his... Well, I'd say yes. Chris had no intention of trying to defend his dignity. Didn't realize Chris had any of it, or probably never will have anymore, but moving on. In at least one case, though, Chris came up with a fantastical reason related to his fictional universe for something he did wrong, as though it would be easily understood by anyone else as truth. Confused yet? Well, specifically, when Chris attempted reparations with Mary Lee Walsh, he explained that by slandering the real Mary Lee Walsh via comic villain counterpart, he allowed an evil witch to soil her reputation, and that by retconning the evil Mary as Sloweel, with her being portrayed getting arrested, he expected the good/real Mary would accept this nonsensical so-called apology and all would be well. Not once admitting to violating campus regulation countless times, let alone personally attacking her when she tried to hash things out with him. Rationalization. Chris is incredibly self-righteous. Ain't that the truth? In his mind, he is the only decent man left in the world, and everybody else is a stupid, evil jerk whose sole mission in life is to cockblock him because he is special. And furthermore, out of jealousy for his many successes in life. I guess. Well, I'm kind of waiting to see where those things are. Because as far as he's concerned, they're all the bad guys standing in the way of his heroic love quest. This everything I do is right mindset shines through almost when he is forced to talk about his prior transgressions. Chris might offer a half-arsed apology simply to conform to the wishes of whoever he's talking to, but it will often be accompanied by a long explanation as to why he had to do it. I was wrong. I pretended to be him, yet he was the liar. I'm the real deal. So on that one part, I was wrong for the right reasons. Do you think Chris understands the concept of, being wrong for the right reasons? You tell me. I honestly couldn't tell you for a second. He exhibited this self-righteous attitude many times in the Liquid Chris saga. Because he is the true and honest Christian, this gave him the right to attempt to steal Liquid's girlfriend by pretending to be him, and then gloat about it once he apparently achieved his aim. Once again, Chris saw no wrong in this, since Liquid wronged him by trolling him in the first place. Anything he did in response was entirely justified. Two wrongs make a right, according to Chris, it would seem. Though as it would later turn out, ego is not the only culprit behind Chris rationalizing deeds he should be apologetic for. For a more recent example, Chris, in the throes of declining mental health, justified himself initiating his affair with Bob by arguing in statements he wrote following his arrest that he did it as a form of divine intervention to purify his elderly mother of her sins. To pour salt on an open gash, he eventually flat out denied that his soul bonding was ever sexual in nature. Despite early admissions to sexual conduct with his mom existing, once again proving that Chris doesn't truly feel remorse for any wrongdoing he commits. Actually, I'll go one further. Chris has also said during the revelations that Bob made the first move, that it was entirely Bob's idea, so that it basically forecludes Chris of any legal repercussions. I don't know about you, but that's pretty scummy, because that sounds like just dump your mom into it, because Chris is just that sort of person, it would seem. Boy, talking about Chris can be thirsty work, eh? I've got some water actually downstairs. I'm going to have some water after this. I'd have that again. Maturing. Where is it? I have matured. Chris's catchphrase. Ever since the Doopy saga, Chris has had the tendency to claim that he has not only learned his lesson, but that he has also matured. More than anything, Chris uses this as an excuse to avoid any kind of responsibility or backlash from trolls, who understandably view him as childish for many of his interests and actions. AKA, I mean, listen, even if we were going to go with the idea that Chris never avoided all responsibility for as long as he could, Chris doesn't even do anything afterwards to showcase anything that he has matured, like knowing not to do this sort of thing again and all the rest of it. Chris is they were not kidding. Chris is a child. Both he is a 4-year-old child in a 43-year-old man's body. That is Christian Western Chandler right there. And here's the thing: it would be even more interesting if it wasn't so pathetic, even at the worst of times. Retraction. Chris, believing that his actions are always right, nearly always has to be pressured into making any form of apology at all. Most, if not all, of his apology messages are motivated by the people he physically desires, be they obvious troll or otherwise, or desires to appease, rather than the public outcry he causes, and certainly not by any true sense of guilt. His retraction of an apology is often redundant because nobody believed he was truly remorseful in the first place, and just as hollow as the apology itself, in that Chris is quite happy to lie to save face or to gain something he wants. For instance, Chris finally sincerely apologized to Alec and Mako, or Mayo I should say, for his actions towards them on the 2nd of March 2010. However, only a month later, on the 8th of April, he was talking to Jackie, and in an attempt to gain sympathy from her, claimed that Alec was trying to one-up him for months now. When trolls hacked his PlayStation Network accounts, Chris made a near-public apology, a blatant attempt to get his PSN account back. The apology was, of course, chock full of lies and insincerity. One of his favourite ways to smite his invisible internet enemies and real-life foes alike is to lay a Kamehameha upon them, thinking that he has powers akin to something more along the lines of Wicca, Voodoo, or Goku from Dragon Ball Z, than with the Christianity he supposedly practices. He only issued the Kamehameha retraction after his latest e-girlfriend told him that he shouldn't have used the Kamehameha in the first place. Considering that he quickly returned to using these ways of cursing, threatening, and insulting his enemies, the sentiment obviously didn't stick. Because, well, nobody ever taught Chris probably why it's not a good look. bit like wearing a solitary medallion outside in all weathers. Oh, who am I kidding? When does Chris go outside, eh? When Chris isn't trying to justify the trouble he causes, he usually resorts to blaming others. The most famous example is him blaming ED for the end of his friendship with Megan, even though it was because of a picture he himself thought up and drew, and then uploaded to his article. Chris had it literally screamed at him in Mumble Chat number 3, but then, as now, he still doesn't know the true reason. The best anyone has ever been able to extract from Chris is that he came on too strong. While technically true, this is a vast understatement that fails to capture the massive amount of fault which lies with Chris. That is to say, all of it. The Wallflower. Chris went to great lengths to keep the knowledge of the Wallflower away from the slanderous trolls of the internet. However, he really wanted to credit her in one of his fantic little Big Planet levels. Chris asked Wallflower if she thought it would be safe to credit Wallflower by her FinalFantasy.net pen name. Wallflower agreed, as she was unable to find any obvious trails leading from her FF.net account to her Facebook account. Unfortunately for both of them, trolls still managed to find a link between the two accounts within 24 hours of Chris dropping her pen name. After she was linked to the site and promptly horrified by how much of her personal information had been compromised, she politely requested that the article be reworked with her privacy in mind, as much of the information in the original Wallflower article had very little to do with Chris. The request was deemed reasonable and the admins of the Cwiki complied. Frightened and disgusted by what she had found, she broke off all contact with Chris. She also clarified to the Cwiki admins that she had never dated, never had any kind of relationship beyond casual association, and before her introduction to the Cwiki, she really didn't know that much about him at all. Chris, however, not to be deterred, proclaimed many times that they had been on several dates, shared DNA. Whatever that, I mean, that's a lie if I ever heard one. Along with enjoying a kiss and massage. Why Chris is so obsessed with massages and stuff like that when talking about being intimate with people, even like enjoying, like even if it's at one kiss, I will never know. Since this wouldn't have been Chris's real first kiss, aside from Chloe, a lie, it was considered important by obsessive Cwiki editors to see if he remembers it later. The Wallflower Wikipedia page article was written on April the 19th. However, leaked emails from Jackie show that by the 10th of April, 9 days before making the highly suspicious claim, Chris had either momentarily forgotten that he had been kissed, something that would have been a monumental occasion in his life, lied on his Wikipedia about being kissed, or lied to Jackie about not being kissed, though that is very unlikely. Either way, he still lied about the kiss, although it's possible he's basing his story on a gross exaggeration of the truth, the two sharing a drink straw in the current troll favourite for this. In the month following their breakup, Chris would go on to blame the Wallflower for having an internet presence at all. From Chris's perspective, the whole incident was Wallflower's fault for having a Facebook page for trolls to discover in the first place. A fairly unique mode of, like, acceptance, or accepting, that it was, that's one thing. Chris repeatedly insisted that the Wallflower was the one who needed to apologize to him, as she had okayed her use of her screen name. Despite the fact that putting her screen name in the level was a bad idea, it was his idea in the first place. More than a year after the debacle, Chris made it obvious that he believes that the person who should apologize to Wallflower is Surf Shaktito rather than himself. Because, that's absolutely not how it works. Forgetting. Aside from directly shifting the blame by lying, Chris has been frequently known to forget important critical details of his life. Typically, memories that either make him look or feel bad. When Jackie was flirting with him by emails and found out about the Cwiki, she asked Chris about cheating on Ivy with Vanessa, the full details of which are documented right here. Chris, of course, claimed flat out that the whole thing was a troll deception and that Jackie shouldn't believe it. When Jackie informed Chris she found a video of him admitting it and confessing, Chris claimed he forgot this portion. Right. On October 27th in 2008, Chris nervously announced that he had found his one true sweetheart, Chloe. Many things immediately leapt out at the trolls as being lies, including his previous announcements on an IRC chat. Due to Chris's unreliable short-term memory and inaction on the part of trolls, after the 27th of October video, Chloe was never mentioned again in a video by Chris. A little more than a year later, in Mailbag 13, rather than simply admitting he was lying, Chris claimed, "I currently have no recollection of a Chloe," even though she was supposedly the woman he had his first real kiss with. In Mumble Chat number 6, the troll army called out Chris on his statements regarding transgendered women. Chris claims that he forgot his previous statement, isn't that convenient, which may or may not be completely honest. In any event, Chris has discovered that, real or otherwise, a faulty memory is a socially acceptable way to dodge probing questions about one's past lies. Meanwhile, an index of Chris's apologies. Abridged, and for Chris's many misdeeds, small apologies may have been missed here and there, but these are the big ones. When Megan called Chris out on his reprehensible actions regarding the drawing he drew of her, he first copy-pasted "Megan, I'm sorry for hurting you" 15 times in an email to her. Then, without any detail about how a handjob works, figuring that sexual frustration and ignorance were the root causes of her anger. Wow. After Chris was banned from the gameplace, he tried several times to get unbanned. The first was a video where Chris apologizes just so he could buy more junk. The second was where he prepared a script, stashed a camera in his pocket, then walked into the gameplace to confront Michael Snyder, claiming that he had changed and apologized for his actions. After Michael flatly refused to listen and called the police, Chris berated him and hoped God would forgive him for being so heartless and cruel. Mike responded, "He probably will," and Chris stormed out, not before calling him a Jew. Because that's absolutely what you do if you don't get your own way. You make things even worse. After threatening Vivian's life when she made better audio, and Michael Snyder wasn't even Jewish anyway, so after threatening Vivian's life when she made better audiobooks than he could ever do, Chris apologized to her, then made a demand for a cut of her profits. The two sentences separated by only a single dot. Chris made an apology video after releasing a series of videos insulting various YouTubers. Aside from sounding half-assed and insincere about it, Chris's motivation for doing so was clear. His PSN account was being held hostage by the last YouTuber he had insulted. In I Am Alive, Chris apologizes for his ungentlemanly conduct in regard to Asperchu. This was a transparent attempt to get the homosexual ads removed from the Wikipedia, and his behavior subsequent to the apology proved he meant nothing he said in the video. I mean, true. Yeah, I mean, Chris, he goes from trying to sound sorry, and then you could tell, his face, and he starts speaking more coherently and more fluidly, as though he feels far more, alive with speaking about that than trying to apologize. Not to mention the fact that Chris didn't even say what he was apologizing for. In Sonichu issue 10, Chris apologized to the Asperpedia 4 while simultaneously having brutally executed, including have one of them being killed by a toddler. And by the way, in case you're wondering, this goes on for a while, but basically, well, all you really need to know again, and the biggest one is probably on here, the 24th of September 2021. In a letter dated 5 days prior, Chris stated that he intended to enact repentance for the crime of stealing $750 from his aging mother's bank account, a crime he attempted to rationalize only moments before by citing his own poor finances and his fears arising from being made temporarily homeless, and for which he attempted to shift blame by claiming that Noah had personally betrayed his trust and failed his destined test by alerting others of his act of theft. Not a word was spread for certain other offences, just as recent and even more damning. In conclusion, to Chris, remorse is nothing more than a formality that he must pantomime in order to get what he wants. Chris rarely, if at all, ever feels guilty for something he has said or done, and expects either pity and sympathy or for those he hurt to forgive and forget. If you expect that he would ever be sincerely sorry for anything he does without an ulterior motive behind it, you are expecting way too much of him. And sadly, they're not wrong, because that is literally all Chris. The only reason Chris will attempt to say sorry in the first place is because he knows he will get something out of it if he does. Which is about as childish as it gets. But again, Chris is not a child. Chris is a 4-year-old child trapped in a 43-year-old man's body. And I know whether Chris wants to admit it or not, Chris should have been taught the difference from a very, very young age. I personally blame the fact that Chris was not properly told by his parents the difference. But then even at Chris's age, and despite the fact Chris claimed to have been matured or anything like that, well, actions speak louder than words, as they say, and Chris, by contrast, doesn't say jack. But what I will be saying is, I'll see all of you guys later. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and, well, fittingly enough, I'm actually going to end today's videos by talking about Chris and stress. So, well, let's just do that then, shall we? Stress hinders the emotions and physical abilities as swiftly as a bullet. Chris equating stress to being shot. Where on the body are you being shot? Or shooting at the sky? Something like that? Chris needs to be a little bit more specific on the specifics on this one. I really feel like I should be reeled into my Pokeball and stored in the PC a while. Chris, after finding out that Rosechew had a pickle all along, despite the fact that it's Chris's own creation. And this is Chris's stressed mode. This is a Chris Chan in its wild, in its natural habitat, unshowered and laying on rags, probably greasier than he is. Ew. Stress is the bane of Christian Western Chandler's existence. After high school, Chris soon learned he couldn't blame his shortcomings on his high-functioning autism rather than take matters into his own hands and improve himself. He began to use stress as an excuse. However, it's assumed that Chris is probably confusing stress with depression or anxiety, refusing to admit that he is, in fact, unhappy with his current situation. I mean, I've only been through probably maybe a tenth of some of the problems Chris has had even at 27, and don't get me wrong, guys, it's not to be underestimated with, but, well, do something about it then. Anyway, given the intensely sheltered lifestyle his parents provided for him well into his 20s, it is highly unlikely Chris ever experienced any form of intense anxiety or pressure that would give him severe psychological and physical effects, apart from his consistent paranoia over getting trolled, and in recent years the financial crisis. He is, however, prescribed medicine for this stress, since Chris tends to exaggerate everything. Anything that makes him feel remotely uncomfortable is classified to him as a stressor. When under the effects of this stress, Chris typically posted videos without his glasses and talked in a more meek voice. It is during these periods that Chris will opt to remove himself from the internet for about a week or so and then come back feeling refreshed, rejuvenated, and given a new resolve to finish his love quest. This is most likely due to his autistic regenerative abilities that make sure that his heart never goes below 0 and into the negatives. But unfortunately, Chris is not Wolverine. Chris often cites stress as the reason he isn't inspired to work on the comics. Precisely why inspiration is needed to make Sonic recolors have sex with each other and kill Chris's enemies is not apparent. In August of 2013, Chris indicated through Facebook that his stress is beginning to take a toll on his health. Given his rather unhealthy lifestyle, it's not unlikely. But also not even one of the main contributions to Chris's, well, elephantine physical appearance and rather gluttonous insides. But there we go. Meanwhile, stressors. Category, identity. Examples, his mental block of autism, talking to anyone about anything except himself, having his identity questioned, being referred to with the incorrect pronouns, his daily struggle against becoming homosexual pre-2014, being called naive, anything that autism isn't an excuse for. And what I'm going to actually do, I know it may be a bit of a blanket, a blasé sort of thing to say, but I'm going to come up with very simple solutions to all of these, which, yes, simple may be underselling a lot of these in terms of people who are legitimately stuck in very similar sort of scenarios, but have the benefit of not being documented worldwide like Chris. But for the sake of making this article a bit more, well, to give more accountability and stuff like that, or whatever the right word is, his mental block of autism. Chris is distracted, and if he sort of focused his attention towards something, he could get busy with it for hours. It's probably maybe because Chris is unfocused, because there are things weighing him down that he can't seemingly ignore. Talking to anyone about anything except himself. Unfortunately, Chris, if you want to integrate yourself into society and into a social environment, you also have to know what your environment is. And by not knowing your environment to the extent of who is also in your environment, they're not going to want to know about you either, Chris. Having his identity questioned. If your grasp of your identity is extraordinarily tenuous, then maybe the thing to do is to actually write down what you are, what you believe in, what you want, what you've learned, what you've been through, and what does that all say about you. Being referred to with the incorrect pronouns. Well, I think that one is more their problem, and not, that's as long as you're comfortable, Chris, then it shouldn't really matter, unless if people didn't have their own conclusions about why you wanted to you transition or not. His daily struggle against becoming homosexual. Well, that might be down to Chris's extremely misinterpreted and very, very bizarre notions about the idea that you could just wake up one day and become gay. That's like, I've never heard of anything quite as absurd as that for a very long time. Being called naive. Chris, don't do things that people will label you as naive. Try and move on from that. Anything that autism isn't an excuse for. Welcome to the real world. Solitude comic. Being parodied. Copyright issues. His characters being accused of homosexuality. His characters being redesigned by a fan artist. Why should you care, Chris? If anything, the fact that they get that sort of attention at all, that people parody them, should be taken with a pinch of salt and some flattery. You're not meant to take it that seriously, Chris. Copyright issues. Well, Chris's entire application for Solitude in the first place is very simple because, well, it's not an original creation, no matter what Chris says. His characters being accused of homosexuality. Again, Chris's grasp of the things he has actually done is so tenuous. The fact that he even listens to any of this at all is quite frankly absurd. Considering that there are plenty of other characters that writers and artists have done way worse things to. But then again, this is going under the assumption that we play into Chris's logic that all cartoon characters and comic characters are real. So we can ignore that one entirely because, again, we live in the real world. His characters being redesigned by a fan artist. Again, similar to the first one, and Chris was honestly just rude to Project SNT. Yes, I thought so. This whole thing just came across as Chris being just obnoxious and rude. Online presence. Being famous. Unfortunately, Chris is famous for all the wrong reasons, and yet Chris for some reason can't see it. The existence of web pages outlining his many failures. Because Chris is so infamous, and because Chris, for some reason, you can't really see past why your people would take issues with the things you do, outside of she came for quick and the attraction sign. Just at the very beginning. Criticism, constructive or otherwise. Chris will always interpret criticism as harassment, especially when you specifically outline what your potential sweetheart cannot be, from being black to being male to being a police officer. You know, things that, you know, generally would turn people away. Or the way you even, you know, your negative opinions about gay people pre-2014. Because Chris doesn't think before he acts. That really sets the tone, doesn't it? Having drawings of him finger-banging Megan confused with Crystal. Chris did this because, well, I don't even remember what was the intention behind that, by the way, because was it to do with the fact that well, I mean, there was no rational explanation for why it existed, and Chris's explanation to Megan about it is even more outrageous, because he doesn't really he doesn't really take the concept of he did something wrong particularly that well. And Megan wasn't having any of it because nobody would. That's probably why. Domestic life, chores. Well, Chris, you may say your parents are pack rats, but you've dug a pretty comfortable pit to lie in as well. So don't start saying you're anywhere more active or more, you know, considerate to your natural habitat than anyone else. Back when Bob was alive, his willingness to call Chris out on his bullshit and his rare hand washing but living in a super fun site is perfectly okay. Because guess what? Chris actually at one point had respect from his parents enough to know that what they say goes, because Chris is living in their house. Outside of the house, anything requiring him to leave the house. No one. Well, I mean, outside of looking for work, getting a job, because, well, you know, at some point you have to do it. It has to be done eventually, because where do you think the money is going to come from? Being banned from places he frequents, because this was Chris's fault. Being banned from conventions, because Chris violated the rules and did things that he knew perfectly well what he was doing was wrong. Trying to get unbanned from the game place, and Chris seeming to Chris taking the concept of, as long as he says he's sorry, then they are automatically obliged to forgive and forget, as Chris puts it. Losing trading card game matches, including to children, and Chris throws the sort of tantrums that even would be unheard of even from children. Going to jail for boinking his mom. Also, Chris tried to insinuate that Bob made the first move anyway, so... Remember what was I saying about Chris actually respecting his parents before? Sweethearts. Take in women and the associated infinitely high boyfriend factor. Maybe instead of trying to just, you know, lure women in with a net, Chris, you could rather stand out for things that you don't need to boast or flounce in front of other people. Asking girls to go out with him, as opposed to just, you know, actually making friends with people and them saying no anyway because reasons. But Chris never really seems to grasp the concept that friends and then actually going out seems it's far more the thing to do. Being friend zoned. I'd rather have friends, Chris, honestly. But then again, Chris very rarely has any, or at least ones that Bob couldn't pay. His hormones. Because it's clear that Chris pretty much has only one motive whatsoever for getting with a woman. and it's about as pathetic as it sounds. Antagonists: Clyde Cash, the man in the pickle suit, bullies, trolls, PVCC faculty, having someone pretend to be him, seeing a male, especially if he has a girl with him, homosexuals, being comforted by his sweetheart's father, being called a child. Chris, you should have just straight up, like, don't have an guy. This is why you shouldn't have antagonists in a fiction, even in a fictional sense, because guess what? What good do you think any of that's really going to do? And that just goes for all of this. And also, you follow the rules, especially when it comes to, PVCC and stuff like that. Others: Pickles, Mortality, Doses of Reality, Sega changing the color of Sonic's arms to blue, anything slightly inconvenient, anything that stress isn't an excuse for. Chris, Alec Bensileria once asked Chris, why does Chris sigh so much? And it's again from Chris. A lot of these seem to come from You see, most people, even when they get to the age of 27, they usually go into life, or at least they continue with life, with some sort of scope on reality that to them suggests the idea that, guess what? It's not, maybe things haven't turned out quite the way they have, but it doesn't mean to say that you can't stop trying. But in order to do that, you have to accept exactly where you are, so you can use that as a point of reference. You could say, I am here, but I want to get to there. But how do I get from here to there? Well, outline everything about you, everything that's gone on in your life, everything you've learned, everything you've done wrong, and what can you use with what you've learned to get from here to there, or at least get from there to there. Try it one step at a time. But as I mentioned previously, Chris doesn't really seem to take an interest in making time to establishing just what Chris wants. Sad but true. Handling stress. Mass debating, having a sweetheart reset his biological clock, the prospect of having a sex time, playing video, hiring prostitutes, taking medication, wishing he were in another dimension, and switching bodies with Magichan, Sonichu, or Mewtwo to escape conflicts. All of these things seem to be more about... These are more distractions than actually dealing with anything. And that's the thing. These handle stress, but they don't deal with stress. They don't deal them in a way that... You see, here's the difference between handling and dealing with stress. When you are handling stress, it's like balancing it. So it doesn't it's only procured up high. So you've got to handle it, so you've got to keep it in balance. When I say dealing with stress, I mean, why have the plate be so high? Why not have it in your hands saying, right, I have stress in my hands. I know exactly why I feel like this. I know exactly what this is. So what am I going to do with it? Guess what? You lay out the foundation. You work out immediately why you're stressed. You deal with why you're stressed. For example, you desperately need to get a job, so you apply for other jobs. One gets back to you. You have an interview. They hire you on. That deals with the issue of unemployment immediately by getting work. And guess what? If it's that much of a burden, then guess what? You don't leave it on the back foot. You deal with it and you just get on with it. This does not read getting on with it. And taking, again, the thing with the thing about taking medication is the fact that Chris taking Paxil and paroxetine, but considering that Chris's lifestyle in terms of his dietary requirements hasn't changed whatsoever whilst on any of those medications, it would suggest that that isn't going to make any ounce of difference whatsoever. It's a bit like when my dad had to have his heart zapped for the very first time back in 2010, and they didn't even bother taking him off his beta blockers. So having his heart zapped didn't make any ounce of difference whatsoever. You know what I mean? And that's the other thing as well, is that unless anything you're doing actually deals with your problem or resolves an issue with regarding stress, it won't make... Again, please, guys, understand this when I'm telling you that this is absolutely right. Again, doing things as opposed to actually tackling a problem isn't going to make any difference whatsoever. You can't ignore a problem forever, guys. You can't do that. Things that Chris does when stressed: shits himself, cries, become more productive than usual, rages about his pitiful adult life in YouTube videos, rages at his mailers, sends death threats, abuses his cameras, crashes into slumber, becomes increasingly homophobic, becomes increasingly racist, sighs excessively, suffers from memory loss, draws hideous hardcore p-graphy of his friends and personas, drinks, attempts vehicular homicide, and commits or considers the S-word. Now, I must say, and omitting the last one, although the last one it's in instances where that did, like at least the one instance where that did crop up, the dubiousness of why Chris mentions something like that is something that should be taken relatively seriously. But the problem with when you say stuff like that is that, Chris, if you are really feeling that bad about it, then don't put it in a video on YouTube. Actually go and speak to somebody about it. Although, again, because of the nature in which that even came about in the first place, well, I don't want to speculate, because that's not particularly a very fair thing to do with stuff like that. But for those who don't know, Chris brings that up in a moment of greater struggles with Dr. Wolf, which is literally like a Lego-themed video that Chris makes with My Little Pony animated Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf doesn't actually appear in it. It's Chris voices Dr. Wolf, so it's more of a self-fulfilling sort of video as opposed to legitimate and healthy advice. It's just Chris trying to rationalize his own behavior. Meanwhile, as for the rest of these, same problem as before, because Chris doesn't actually resolve anything. And finally, the stress sigh. The stress sigh is Chris's usual reaction to stress, initially an unconscious coping mechanism. Chris has made habit of directing attention to it in an effort to gain sympathy. Chris has used it in conversation to discourage further unwarranted scrutiny, or to express disapproval at having his desires deferred. The places where Chris would sigh while speaking in person are noted in all of his written communication with sigh, as though we are supposed to believe that is, well, not an immature thing to do on principle. The term stress sigh is presumed to originate from PVCC, due to the strong connection in Chris between sighing and stress. Chris refers to the stress sigh only as a sigh, suggesting to him that the link between sighing and stress is implicit. Chris sometimes makes a comparable noise or short chirpy humph to express contentment and self-satisfaction, usually of a smug variety. Now, I don't know about you guys, but, well, let me just say this for the time being. Again, being smug is something that is never a good look, and I would refrain people from using it. Because there are very few things that would make a person stand out for all the wrong reasons than being smug. It's like 2 or 3. Actually, to be honest, it might be number 1, outside of, arrogance, ignorance, and, a superiority complex. You talk as though you are better than somebody else, but being smug seems to take pride in the fact that you believe categorically that you are better than everyone else. Which I know that sounds like that's just more words sticky taped onto it, but the impact is immediate when you see what it is, if you are familiar with it already. But with all that being said and done, like I said before, there are perfectly healthy ways of dealing with stress. And of recently, guys, here's how I honestly deal with stress. There's two major ways I deal with stress. I attack it head on. I write down a plan. I write down things that I'm going to do so that I have some way to stay focused, so I don't lose track. This is someone who, whenever they are doing a business, working on other things aside, it keeps them with a sense of purpose. You have a belief that you have something to do that is worthwhile and beneficial to a lot of people. The second is I just go to the gym. I take out all my aggressions out on the treadmill that I go on, or whether it's like, you know, certain like weight machines and stuff like that. I take all of my anger and my frustration, I let it brim to the absolute surface until even the sweat on my arms begins to evaporate from my arms. What a sight, eh? But yeah, you know, honestly, for the last couple of days, when I go to the gym, I tell myself I am not allowed to leave until I burn at least 2,000 calories in one sitting, because I sometimes feel that there is still a lot that is like burning up inside. But that's good, because the more I keep things down, the more I have the desire to completely burn and destroy them in my wake. It's the thing that keeps me wanting to come back, to succeed. And as I mentioned before in that morality chart video, is that I don't really have any other allegiances whatsoever apart from my allegiance to success. And to succeed, guys, you have to also live with the failure, the idea that you are a failure until you stop becoming a failure. Then you can actually become successful. But success is something that is paid via results. And unfortunately for Chris, the only result he is ever going to see, up until the day he finally dies, is the fact that because Chris chose not to do the things that anyone else would have done, or at least the sort of things that maybe I would have done, this is a cycle that will always and always come back to haunt him and repeat until the very end of his days. Until Solitude goes to that great Quickville in the sky. But with all that being said, let it all out. And I'll see all of you guys again next time. Take care.